though. Good to see you. Good news, rain's on the way. Okay.
Now you said it.
You changed it?
Yeah. Oh, thank you.
Thank you, man.
Thank you, thank you. Okay.
Good morning.
You ready? Yep. A little early, so we'll start early. That's okay.
Okay. Talked with firefighter already this morning, and we're going to probably get that much included in the pay strip starting next week, on the 6th or 7th. Minutes from last week, are they been approved yet? I need to get a copy of that for those easements.
Okay. Yeah, we don't even have to do it, Sarah. Okay.
Don't you have to sign easements?
Yeah, but I have to have something that's been approved by the commissioners for that. I'm gonna check off.
Okay, we'll get those.
Get those taken care of this morning early. Okay.
We might need
15.
Yeah, that's so we'll hold off on the 15th until that's approved.
Okay. Do you have the easements there?
I think they're
Keith,
on
the chairman signs it. And I believe he was the only one who signed it at the time, right? The easement, usually he gets it.
Well, he's only, there should only be one signature on that.
Yeah.
I think we already had, well, since you're vice chair, yeah, but I thought we already had approved the purchase of land right here. We did. So once the minutes are approved, then,
Yeah, that's
And
copy.
Okay. Will do.
Lynn and myself go to training class for all tomorrow morning. It's from 9 until noon down at Beacon. We're at a signpost, so we went on and picked up 100 of them last week. So we'll be seeing them in national sign. 2,425. I guess we need to, I haven't read the book yet, just have a question about volunteer firemen. There's a call, that one guy that works down at recycling, and he's a volunteer fire over in Haydenville. I said, man, I said, unless it's a big fire, I said, you got trouble getting over there in time. And he goes, well, he said, I still feel like I should go, and you don't get paid for that. I don't know what I'm talking about.
I've only run across that one time, and I think it's in the area they're allowed to go. I think the state statute. I'm gonna rely.
Right away. In the right away?
In the area, yeah. But see, that would be in a different county. So we'll have to research it.
Yeah, I'd like to do a little research on that because, I'm all for the volunteer fire department, because that's about the only way we can manage anything around here. But, I know volunteer firemen that work in Topeka that do not leave their jobs down there to come to a call up here. So I'd like a little research on that to see what the precedent we have is on that, because I'm not sure.
I mean, the problem being that the volunteer firefighters are not in this county.
Well, they're not in the area. I mean, like I said, I know volunteer firemen that work down in Topeka. Used to work at Goodyear, and when they got a call up here, they didn't leave their job there to come here to fight the fire and go back to work. It just didn't happen. I don't think that's how it works. I don't want to make sure, so yeah, do a little research on that.
So the question being, is there some
see if there's any kind of a, statute or any kind of a regulation that states, you know, if volunteer fireman is at work and he's outside of the area, whether or not, what is his responsibility to respond, number one?
I ran across that probably 20 years ago. That was a question. I think it was down in the south part of the county, but I thought there was maybe a statute that would allow it in the immediate area. So I may be wrong. That's something you're gonna have to research. Or it was they were trying to get it passed. I don't recall the exact question. So we'll look into it.
Well, you've got, your benefits, you've got a policy. The statute might say.
There is a policy for that?
Yeah,
Okay.
this volunteer firefighting and emergency management, subject to approval of the employee's department head, the employee may be granted a leave of absence with pay while performing firefighting or emergency management work during emergency or other disaster. An employee absent from work for such reason shall be required to obtain a written statement from the firefighting organization, emergency management agency, or other organization to which he or she belongs, certifying his or her activities during the period of absence. After performing the duties during an emergency, the employee shall immediately return to work. In the event the employee had to fight a fire all night and is unable to work the next day, the employee may be allowed to use a vacation.
So there is no distance on that, really, it just says,
Yeah, you guys make policy, and I guess that statutorily they don't make that distinction.
okay,
I mean, it's with pay, all.
That's up to the
Department,
department.
yeah, you could deny it.
okay, so that kind of falls back on you guys to figure out how you can do it, what you wanna do on that. Okay.
And you could make an internal rule yourself and say, it's got to be, within 4 miles, or it's got to be, whatever is going on, so. Good.
Only other thing I got today is, I know we talked about the GPS thing last week, Mark, and he's got me a recode. They're trying to get us committed to something, you know, because they got a lot of dollars that they'll be wrapping up into this, and then, again, the forms won't be ready till February. I know the forms are ready now, but getting the top meeting stuff, they said probably in February, put it like that.
And that's where I'm holding up at,
Right.
I do not want to commit dollars to that until we are actually sure that it's gonna do what we want it to do. If it's not gonna do what we want it to do, then, you know, we can go other ways. I'm not comfortable committing dollars to it until we see that it's going to talk to our program, until they get the patch fixed to where it will work.
Right.
So, that's where I'm at right there.
I'm on the same page too,
So,
so
yeah.
I know his bank was from him to
Sure.
get something signed, before we dump a lot of money.
And I'm not willing to sign anything or commit until we are sure that it's gonna work like we want it to, so.
That's all I got.
Thank you.
Alright, so last week we hauled rock to K 94 to 110, 278 from the new highway to old highway 75. We did put 2 loads at 142 K, 1 load on K, and 118 to 126. Put some 9 loads on P Road, 190 to 198. Worked on 310 R to S ditching, and we had that sand pocket filled there at 318 R to S. We did zero services. We have 0518, the rear ends out of that truck. 0517, we've got the fuel pump replaced in it, but now we have water running out of block on it. Those ones that we had rebuilt. Did 02 replacing, 02 washings, working in minimum maintenance signs. We got area 3 and 5 done. Working on area 7 and 8 this week. We've got the banner 85 approximately to owe. We wanna finish rocking that. Then we've got the 3 spots I talked about before on up the road. 1 service, 0 tube replacement, 0 tube washings. So, I talked about, and we're gonna hit Pruett 210 to 214 ditching it, and still working on the ditching issue, so we'll have to look at that T Street. There's not a whole lot there that needs fixed.
Is this the road ground to get the water off the?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
okay. Cause like I said, that was the complaint that I got, that the water
Right.
running down the middle of the road, just running down the road and you can't get off, and so.
okay. Well,
Did you touch base with Robin?
I did not touch base with
Okay.
Robin, I will do that again.
Okay. And I see down here still IT issues?
Huh?
I see down here at the bottom still IT issues?
I didn't take that, but
Okay.
I am on it.
Well,
Okay.
well, we're not.
Oh, we're
We
not.
still can't fax out there.
Uh,
So it doesn't know we can get fax something in there. She's had a call on to cut a ticket there.
Okay, so you're gonna have to do both at the same time with that
Right.
ticket? Okay.
The water running out of the block with the trucks that we repaired, were they guaranteed or for a very long, or just over a year?
Pass all one.
To pass the warning, okay.
of course.
Is
Can
that
we
the
work
one
on
that-
it?
is that- I was just gonna say, is that the one that we took forever to get back?
Well, both of them.
Both of them.
Yeah.
From the same place, correct?
Yeah.
We're not going to that place anymore?
No.
Okay.
No.
Alright.
Can we work on those at the shop or?
Yeah,
just-
we are.
Oh, okay, so, okay, good.
That's what Price
Good.
is working on this one.
Freeze blows or what?
He doesn't know yet, he got it.
Hadn't got into that
Just
part.
said he had listened from down the sidewalk.
Alright.
Very good.
I was gonna tell you, and I know I communicated this to you, and when I talked to you the other day, the old highway is looking wonderful. I've gotten several compliments on that, what we're doing on there, getting the ditch and getting that lip off so the water can get off the road. I wish I would've got out Thursday night, but I didn't wanna get back out that storm, so. Cause you had hit where the worst part of the water runs on there, right there, what you want to. So,
Yeah, we did a phone call in Facebook about us stopping our signs up and things.
I've seen signs up every time.
Right.
And
We went and checked and all the signs were up and the guys were good with the.
Yeah, I've seen signs up, and then you're up just, north of 254 this morning.
Yeah.
The signs are up, so, yeah. Like I said, I'm tickled to death with it. The people that, I talked to and that have contacted me are tickled to death with it. They're real pleased with what's going on, so.
Great.
Keep it up. Tell the guys you're doing a good job.
I haven't heard anything negative, so good week. Or west, I should say too. So, good.
Right.
Thank you.
Have a great week.
Alright, thanks guys, appreciate it. Yeah, we'll get ready to. I'm going to make a motion that we remove Dr. Spies from the, agenda as he is, we have no business to do with him in the county.
Second.
Yeah.
All, any discussion, further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Carried. You wanna look this over so we can approve it or sign
Yeah,
it, so
I'll send that
Scott
to
can
Yeah, also,
process.
something else, Lee Hendricks is on the. Lee Hendricks?
Oh, yeah, that's cool.
Oh, accept changes on this one.
Okay.
Okay. Are you ready to process this one?
Yeah, that's the 15th.
Yes.
I'll make a motion that we approve the minutes of October 15th, 2024 with changes.
I'll second that. Any discussion, further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. Carried. Okay. All right.
You need to sign.
Okay. Keep that up sign in front.
Okay. Did you read these over? Just
Yeah.
28 or 21st? Did you read those over?
Yeah. Okay.
So I'll make a motion we approve the minutes of October 21st, 2024.
Second that. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Same sign.
It's all right. It's in the crosswalk. It just right straight.
Okay, well, till we get over there, we can come to
Okay.
Okay.
The city of Hoyt has just asked for us to approve as a conduit for their grant, is that correct? A letter of support, okay. CDBG grant for their sidewalk improvement program here in Hoyt, and will help also the Royal Valley students who currently lack a safe route between the school and the community. Basically, that's the first paragraph. As well as safety for pedestrians, and they are asking us to be a letter of support or approve this, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do we need a motion?
I think so.
Since it's just a letter of support, I don't know we need a
You
motion.
just, we can, I think on,
Just
in the
on
minutes, just say.
That we support it, okay, all right, so moved.
Is there a letter signed to?
Yeah,
Yes.
well, great. So we're gonna go to the leadership with KLC, this,
Look at that, that's,
or,
I don't know, I don't think I'm gonna be available to go to that.
I do believe I'm going downtown too.
It would be nice.
Letter from the Holton Post-Prom Committee. Very much, I saw one at my business, even, they're asking for donations. We do donate post-prom, I don't know how much we donated,
Did we just do Roll Valley
just a couple weeks
2
ago.
weeks ago, 3 weeks ago?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, we need to look up and see how much it is before we approve it and check.
Sure.
We'll do that.
Maybe we can do that. Okay, please. Also, we wanna get into this same level.
Yeah.
amount.
Yeah.
I
I think we do that all through school, so.
Yeah, well, I think
So we do
lots of, we did one years ago, yeah.
Since they closed down. make a motion we approve $1,000 donation to Holton Post-Prom.
I'll second that. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, same sign, no opposed. Okay, good. Okay. Anything else? Boss, that's all? Anything more? You have, Todd, you have anything you want to cover?
Got a couple things. Yeah, this is what I was wondering if I sent to you. So this is, did that last call. Just drafted this yesterday, discussed the last meeting, increasing the commission, planning commission membership to 9.
Okay.
This is a resolution to do that. And the copies of it, you guys can look at it, make sure it fits what you want.
Yep.
What number of resolution will it be? 29, 30?
31.
31, okay.
Does the public get to see this before you pass it?
Nope.
Nope. Really? That's Todd answering the question. There's no need to see it before you pass it.
No. Just in case you couldn't hear him, no. Okay, thank you. Got a discussion on that? Okay. I'll make a motion that we approve resolution number 2431, establishing a 9-member planning commission for Jackson County.
I'll second that. Any further discussion? Hearing none, take a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passed. Oh, I signed. Well, we sign it differently.
Well, yeah, you wanna know that? I mean, just, yeah.
Okay, so we'll do it.
Put 31 up there.
Got it.
Put your date to, today.
28.
You know, if I call the laws, something's about this.
That's, right away. Do we have a copy of that? The right away? That's,
Oh, I think he's already signed it.
he signed it.
Which one?
We need to get it to Scott.
Scott just wanted a copy of the approved minutes for
Yeah.
his file out here
Yeah.
for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's, yeah. Well, once you guys approve it, I think it's, is there a verification that goes with that?
I think he just wanted a copy for his files,
Okay, it's
I believe.
It's done different ways, and I've seen that even the minutes, if they're signed, or if somebody certifies that these are the correct copy of the minutes, and separate document are attached, I don't know which one is which.
Let's get him a copy because he requested it for his files.
Yeah. Well, I think that's, they're looking for something that says you approve, easy to operate, however that's done.
Okay. Anything else?
Well, I think Tara's needs to pass around a sign-up sheet because
Okay.
she might be unfamiliar with who's
Yes, I'm not sure
represented.
who everybody's name are on this, so would you mind putting your first and last name on?
Yeah.
Okay, so,
Why are we taking a roll with the audience?
For the minutes.
I just like to make sure I have everybody's name spelled correctly.
We're just an audience.
Great. Thank you.
Just how I've always done it.
sanitary code, those inspections that are required every time a premises is rented out. So, just so you understand here, the statutory setup is that the state of Kansas overall does not regulate individual sewer systems or sewage systems, or whether they be septic tanks or lagoons.
Yeah.
The only time that they can get involved in the regulation of these items is if they discharge into the body of water, which of course is forbidden for small systems to do that. And if you had a system that somehow connected up to a system that did that, the system would have to get a permit to do that with the state of Kansas. So there's that dividing line. So the general idea here is, from my discussions, my review of the rules, regs, and I also had a chance last night to talk to an engineer in the department, KDHE department of wastewater department. And she indicated to me that that was the general idea, is that unless it's a system, and they take it seriously, they mean, purposeful discharging into the waters of the state, that they don't have regulatory issue. They have a couple of programs that they do to get information down to the people who need it in counties, but it is a county-based regulation. And so that's what Ms. Hendricks told me last night. So the other, so you know that it's a good source.
Yes.
So just the statute, so you understand how this thing works. The general concept of regulatory authority of the state is in KSA 65-164 subsection A. That's where it says no person, company, corporation, institution, or municipality shall place or permit to be placed or discharge or permit to flow into any of the waters of the state, any sewage except as hereinafter provided, which basically they then talk about, licensed systems that can discharge into waters of Kansas. So, and the regulations all under KR 28, section 28, this is 2852 says, no person, corporation, association shall use or permit to be constructed or maintaining a wastewater disposal system into which domestic wastewater is drained within 50 feet of any water well or spring, or shall any such wastewater disposal system be drained or permitted to drain into any stream, ditch, or ground surface. And so the regs generally do it, for the most part, talk about that kind of thing. Trying to figure out if any of these regs are important, but essentially, even if you had somebody who was operating a private system of discharge in the waters, it's called KDHE, even for the sanitary enforcers in the county, they would say you can't do that, and they'd probably contact KDHE if that wasn't stopping you from something. So, we're not going to cross that line into the things that these things that we do here. But there is sections of the statute, statutes that vest the county control over those systems, and that's in chapter 19 of the code. So everything you've done in the sanitary code is lawful and done under those auspices. So that's that divided. Personal ones that don't discharge, you can pass those regulations. And the statutes don't go into detail. It's kind of like a zoning code. For the zoning, it says you can zone your area. It doesn't say what you divide it into, what the rules are. You have the zoning boards and policy folks have the choice of how to construct it. In the same way, your sanitary code is your own. Each county or group of counties together has their own sanitary code, and the rules of those are up to you. So, that's a long way of saying, essentially, that
So we can make it to where it doesn't have to be inspected each time that a renter moves out and moves in, but as far as, and even as far as that, we can make it to where the, purchaser or upon a sale, that it doesn't have to be inspected unless it is requested by the lender, which most of them will do anyway, so.
If right now the regs require that, changes, much like a zoning, you can't just do it by motion or change here, you have to give notice public change in the census, like the zoning code too. And it's, so, it kind of pays that you would want to have input on that, and if anything else is changing at the same time, it needs to be changed, that it's that way. Just looking at this yesterday, I was, the thing that struck me is there's regulations on both ends of this thing, but they kept talking about was the fact that some of the septic systems are set up based upon a certain number in the household.
Mm-hmm.
Bedrooms.
Yeah.
Yeah, veterans. And I don't know if that's, if you're really going to the core of it, you're talking about the rental idea being, are they renting to 3 people versus 2 people versus 5?
From my understanding of the code, that does not come into play. It's the number of bedrooms, and that's specifically how they size their lagoons, how they size their lateral system, the whole 9 yards.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's just kind of one of those things that you want to keep a check on, does the owner and the decide how many bedrooms they have, is that?
Well, I think that would come about, on the original, building permit, and then that would be translated to Northeast Kansas Environmental Health, how many bedrooms they have.
Okay.
So when they come down to inspect the lagoon system or the lateral system, whatever, they have to give their approval before Kate will sign off on the final. They have to sign off on the final okay for the septic system, before they will issue us a permit for it. And if they don't issue a permit for it, you can't occupy the well. So.
Yeah, I think there is a agency, I don't know, a portion of the KDHE that apparently that helps counties and the regulation zones of what we're talking about, individual sewer systems. And I looked at a couple of, counties that seemed like they're the same size generally, and I didn't see any similar things about inspecting every time you rent something new rents. It's just, and that's what, again, we're going back to is, are we looking for this to kind of revisit the sanitary code? I don't even know how long ago that was done.
Yeah, I'd kind of like to keep that here on this discussion too, if we could, give her a call, see if she's available.
She put it in there.
Yeah, I got a copy of it right here. Yeah.
2003 it looks like. So probably not bad.
And we also have, Kate also put in here a letter from Northeast Kansas Environmental Health that was sent out October 16th. And in our sanitary codes, inspection, re-inspection, schedule, do you have that in there? It goes right in the front pocket. Could you give a copy of that?
She didn't.
Okay. If you can make a copy of that, I'd appreciate it.
Oh, yeah, no, you don't have to. She did send it, so.
Okay.
She did put that in.
She did put that in your book?
She didn't.
Okay. So, I mean, basically it says, Action County does not currently have any mention of checking wastewater systems for property resale, yet we are working on updating them to make their codes similar to Jackson County in that regard. Well, we talked about taking it off, and I want to just get it out of there, because if I think that's a burden on our citizens to have to do that on resale and upon resale. Most of the lenders that I know of are going to require that anyway, require a wastewater inspection. So
On resale, we're talking about
on resale.
Yeah, if I'm on the property, I'm gonna include that in on the contract.
Well, yeah.
As especially for
Your protection.
my protection with
Yeah.
the bank as well as the title companies and everything.
Right.
I want this inspected. I have a family member just bought some stuff and, they had things inspected and found some issues and the owner paid for it, so.
Okay, how are you? I'm doing great. We're talking about the wastewater again, and not to put words in Todd's mouth, just paraphrase, it's basically up to us whether we want that in there or not.
Like all of it?
No, for the resale. For the resale, because, Martha put down here, we definitely don't want to get rid of the requirement. Well, I don't quite understand that, because if the lender requires it, then that's gonna be, done then. And I'm referring to Martha's letter you put in here October 16th.
Okay.
But she says that they don't have, which is kind of a differentiation between what she said up there at the meeting, the board meeting, about the renting and everything, because our inspections are so much higher than anybody else around us. And I can't see that, I showed you that handout where we had, what was it, almost 40 and the next closer to 16.
Like overall, like we have more open building permits maybe than.
I can't see that because it's in Nemaha Valley, Nemaha County is, their building permits are up there too, but I don't know that they have that in their, I don't know that they have to have it inspected like that on resale, I don't know. That's what they said up there, was that the reason ours was higher is because of the way our code was written.
So I think,
My only concern would be on the systems that are older or not up to code. Maybe that's why the resale was important at one time.
Maybe.
yeah,
I don't know.
I think what we're trying to, here's the general gist of it. I thought the rental was the one.
The rental was a big thing, but I'm reading here from Martha's letter, it says they don't do anything on rental. But that was not the way that I had understood it.
Well, what I saw too was that I looked at Riley counties and they had annual inspections. Already. So it's just a, different type of thing for the same.
Yeah.
The question, of course, being, when is it being inspected if these rules go out? Right? How often? If you got a 1993 system and they've lived there since, and nobody's rented it, nobody says it changed ownership, is there any inspection regime for that?
I don't see why there would be, would it?
It was
If
just,
a lagoon works or a septic system works, it's gonna work.
well, yeah.
And you know when your septic system is not working because, you have nasty things happen and you have to get a pump and so on and so forth, and it's time to get collaterals and everything else. But with a lagoon, it's gonna work or it's not. You do what you're supposed to as far as keeping it mowed, keep trees down, things like that, it's gonna work.
Well, backing up, the thing we're thinking about, that change may be something to do that, like a zoning code requires notice and a lot of work to do, so, the reason to do it just for that, if you've got other things, since this is a 2003 code, I don't know if we should just open up a discussion with the provider there or whoever, just to see if there's anything else that needs to be changed or updated or brought up current in our code, now that we're going to be doing this. So take the opportunity to change one thing, let's take a look at more broadly, because it's 21 years old.
Yeah, because Martha talked about our code has not been done since 2003, and they were talking about updating the code, the sanitary code. But that would still have to be a discussion between you and them and the whole 9 yards, or how does that work? I mean, they can make recommendations, right?
Well, despite the fact that the state doesn't regulate directly, they have standards that they endorse, Circular 4-2. And the person I talked to mentioned that there's this thing called LEP. You heard of that? It's called a Local Environmental Protection Program that they run. Apparently it's an interface between ADHE and local governments that
because we're zoned, some are not, some are this, some are that. Wouldn't you think that it would be in the best interest of Northeast Kansas Environmental Services to all be on the same page, rather than Atchison's different than us, Nemaha's different than Atchison, and so on and so forth?
Isn't that what the essence of the communication is,
Yeah.
probably, is that
Yeah.
they're doing things that they don't have to do in Atchison County? And I think
That's the way I'm reading it. Atchison County does not currently have any mention of checking wastewater systems for property resale, but we are in the process of updating to make their goods similar to Jackson County's in that regard. Well, you know, like I say, if it's for a consortium of counties,
Than Jackson County, I mean, there are some counties that aren't zoned at all.
Right.
And where do you draw the line, like how
Yes.
much regulation do you want versus cutting some of it to make it easier for some of these systems to fall under the non-compliant?
well, that's what I say, as far as the non-compliance, because they didn't, you know, she doesn't go out and inspect every system in the county anyway. Just right now,
Just the
apparently just
resale.
on resale. But that's what I'm saying though, do we really need that? Because some property that turns over, you know, 2, 3, 4 times in a couple of years, which we've seen the housing market around here go, you know, absolutely nuts, and I've seen that on a couple of places. Why do we need to have that? I mean, can we put a time limit in there if this has been inspected and, you know, if within the previous 10 years, there you go, you're good?
Well, that's that input may be important, because if I read, the septic system should be drained every 5 years. Is that?
You're not gonna drain a lagoon, you're not gonna break the
Well, I mean, not the lagoon.
septic tank, well, drain, when they say drain, what they're talking about is your septic tank should be pumped.
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah, that's just kind of a normal, natural thing. Cause like I say, if you don't pay attention to your septic system, you're gonna find out real quick.
That's kind of regurgitate.
Yeah.
Probably the reason for the resale is to protect the buyer on that.
Yeah,
But
there's a balance
and that's what I'm saying,
there.
most lending institutions are going to require a wastewater, you know, so why are we gonna regulate it, or if it's been done?
They always come to our office or call our office saying, is this septic up to code?
And then you have to call up to there and.
Well, you
And then
don't
I
have
send
to-
them on to Northeast
Yeah.
Kansas, and if they're not doing that anymore, then they don't.
They would
know.
say, they would have the last record in their system to say it was compliant back in.
Yeah.
2005.
Yeah.
Well, so I say, can we put a time limit on there, so we're, you know, if it's been done within, if your septic system has been inspected in the last 5 years, there is no reason to have it done every.
I mean, what's the harm in it? What's the harm in having it inspected so that seller, or that buyer knows?
For me, it's that's what I say though, do we need it in our regulations, because most of the lenders are going to require it, and most of the buyers, if they're got half a lick sense, are going to put that in the contract and request it.
The only
But
thing
if
missing
there's
out
a
is
time
cash
period in
sales.
there to where it has been done, if I get it inspected today, right,
No, I know what
and
you're
I
saying.
sell in 3 years, it doesn't need to be inspected again. Can we put a time period in there, sir, you know, 5 years or whatever?
And if
where
the lender,
That
if the
would
lender
be-
demands it to be inspected, even though.
Then
it's
that's
a
fine and
period,
dandy.
Yeah, they can do it and pay for it.
Yeah, but I mean, as far as for us, for our regulations, do we need that? Every time it's a house is resold?
They don't send me anything on resales anyway. It's just the new construction. It's just the lagoons or the septics that are going in on new construction.
But do we have examples of actually inspecting on sale of an old residence? I mean, like a.
Not on resale or rentals.
So are they not, they're not, just not doing it? I'm missing.
I don't know who they're sending it to. I'm sure they're sending it to the buyer or
I
something.
would assume to the buyer or the lender saying, yeah, this box is checked.
I think it's still important to have them for the new construction.
Oh, sure.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that.
Because they can't get their wastewater certificate until they do, yeah.
But they've got, I mean, I'm just trying to think here for the lender's purposes, is the lender getting, what are they, you've got a system that was built and you issue a certificate. say it's built in 2010. They sell it in 2015. Now, if Northeast Kansas has to go out there and inspect it, they inspect it, and they give a certificate to the lender or the buyer or whoever, but they don't give it to you. Okay. Well, that's a disconnect, because that would be where you're triggered, right? Because if you don't, nobody knows if it was inspected. And I don't know if the lenders take, they have a window, meaning can you supply a test that was done 3 years ago as your evidence? I mean, for our purposes, there's a regulatory aspect to this. If you're inspecting at a regular basis, in some independent way, I mean, it doesn't matter who you are, every 5 years we're going to go through a rotating thing, and that's going to be the only thing you're going to get. And then if you need a special one, if you need one for sale or whatever, that's your deal, right? And, or if the lender takes the 5-year-old one, the 3-year-old one, and says that's good, that's up to them too. But you're not in the business of performing on demand.
Right,
Or
the only thing that I'm looking here is trying to cut some of the regulations and red tape that we need to go through on something like this and try to save our taxpayers a little bit of money here in Jackson County because the cost on those is going up and they're getting ready to raise them again, so.
how much does it do, the inspect?
I don't have a price list, but what I was told is like $300, something like that. And then if you need it done quickly, if you have a quick turnaround on a sale and you have to have an existing done, then it has to be, it's an extra $100 if you need it within 10 days, which is kind of ridiculous to me, but I don't like that.
So I guess if there's not a concern with the older systems and making sure that those are structurally sound, then why don't you guys decide then to take that portion out?
Well, that's what I say, since Martha's talking about going over our regs, do we need to get in contact with her and
Get her list of.
tell her to send us what she wants to change in them, and then we'll send her back what we wanna change in them to get this all wired out, or does that sound logical?
I think so. I mean, I think that's the discussion here. Is this like a one little section fix or is it a wider fix because you haven't changed them all?
Yeah.
She's obviously gonna have more information.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure she will.
Yeah, and I think that's what we're trying to do here is get a bill for getting to the core of it.
Do you think it'd be helpful to bring her in when we're talking about that too, to discuss it? Let's do that. Also, I live in the city, so I have sewer. Brown water has been distributed separately than septic in another county. What's our rules here?
Brown water or gray water?
Gray water,
Gray
brown
water.
water. Yeah,
Gray
where does
water
it go?
Bath, dishwasher.
Yeah, where does that go? Does it go in the septic system here in Jackson County? Okay, because in Atchison County, where I grew up, there's separate lines going to the ditch. So, yeah.
It used to be common for gray water.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Even in lakes around here, you can distribute that water into the lake. There's no issue with that.
I mean, gray water, you're talking about bath water, dishwater, things like that, anything, toilet water, anything like that goes septic, but gray water used to go, gray water used to run to the
I would assume that
ditch.
there's probably more regulations on that now.
I would, yes.
I mean, cause they're.
But anything that is still viable, it's still going there.
I'd say through boats.
I know one that just got
Not
changed
necessarily
last year.
home distributing, but if you're out, you have a boat.
Or camping. This is camping stuff, right?
I don't know about camping, but if you have a boat and you're on the lake and you have a sink or a shower, you can distribute it. Now, in the ocean, you can distribute all of it, so. Anyway, regardless.
So let's make plans to get Martha involved in this so we can get this figured out, so I'd like to put this to bed.
So, and we'll see about this. If we want, we can go to the left people and just see what they've got.
Yeah.
Your thoughts.
Want me to contact her and see if she's available next Monday or when is a good day to see if she's available?
Or Yeah, I mean, next Monday or anytime in November, because if they're talking about doing it, I want a heads up to when she's planning on doing it. So you might talk to her about that and see when she's planning on trying to upgrade our rates. Because I wanna know what's going on before they take the lead and just do it and say, okay, here's what you got. I wanna know what's going on before I actually, have a little input into it. Okay.
Now, would they actually take that initiative and change our sanitary code? I mean, that's.
Well, I don't think they change anything, they can give us suggestions and say.
Yeah, I mean, because that's what she says, she wants to upgrade our regs, so.
We're interested in doing things in a uniform manner if it fits and makes it better for the citizens of the county.
That's another thing too, I'd like to
Reduce
see
costs,
us,
it's great, let's talk about it.
if we're part of this consortium, then let's all have it together rather than Ashton does different than Iman does different than us. I don't like that, so.
So maybe she's got the sanitary codes for the others as well.
They base sanitary codes that they have approved on ours, is what I was told.
Well, maybe that's the answer, is that maybe she doesn't have anything particular,
Yeah.
and the others have to, well, however you wanna do it, you guys control the standard.
So that's what I wanna make sure that we're in the driver's seat on that. If she's gonna try to change some regs on us, so let's see if we can get together with her and get going. That's what she wants to do, and then we'll give the yay or nay.
So for.
I can work for it.
Well, I mean, the short end still.
Oh,
Let's do it on the 12th.
Yeah. Works for me.
Good deal. Or the 18th. Okay, are we done with that subject? Everybody good? Okay. Next up, Richard Smith, 10 o'clock. Come on up, set at the table, please. Richard, you will be given 3 minutes. And who's on time? Clerk, who's time?
I'm first stand, if that's all right.
Yeah, that's fine.
I worked for Jackson County Road and Bridge for almost 5 years. And for those 4.5, 5 years, not a single write-up. Not a bad thing on it. In fact, you said I was one of the most respected employees. I've received nothing but praises. Told I'm one of the best operators the county's seen in a damn long time. Then out of nowhere, last Tuesday, Scott Kieffober fired me. No warning, no explanation, no nothing. You guys want to answer to that?
Personnel matter, we can't comment on it.
I believe it was your three's orders, or at least knew about it. For what? Holding an oath that I took, and the same oath that you took. Upholding and defending the Constitution of the United States. I have the right to speak after work hours on matters of public interest and public concerns. This is retaliation. And you damn sure know I'm not done. I work to uphold my oath that I took. I took that same oath. You shit on it.
Please watch your language.
Fuck you.
Please. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Seems like all the hard work and dedication I've given this county in 5 years was for nothing. Dan, I had a lot of respect for you when you first took office. But you sit up here, you sit on your hands, you don't stand up for the people when they come up here and speak. Shame on you. Shame on all of you. Those are yours.
Okay. A little ahead of schedule. Let's take a 5-minute recess. Okay? Starting at, you got the time there?
What, yeah. Just so I can time it, what kind of
kinda late.
Dan, haven't we been over language already? Haven't we been over
We're in
the fact?
recess, sir.
Yeah, we
We're in
are.
recess,
Haven't we been
exactly.
over the fact that you can't control our language, you fucking idiot? Haven't we been over that?
I will ask you once again to watch
Haven't we
language.
been over
Sir.
that?
We're in recess, Mark, you have no jurisdiction
Haven't we
whatsoever
been
right
over
now
this?
over anything we say at all. You don't have it when it's in session, and you certainly don't have it right
And
now.
you guys
when we're
just
in
pass
recess.
ordinances without the public's input?
So we can say fuck right now if we want, we can say it during the meeting when we're speaking as well.
You are some headstrong
Who do you
bastards,
think you
man.
are?
It's not a terribly intelligent conversation.
It don't matter, it don't matter, it's
That's
about
the
if it
point.
can be done or not.
You're here.
It can be done.
Dick Blake,
If you want
you're
somebody-
obviously,
Intelligent comment.
Dick,
you
like,
want
you're
somebody to
obviously in
control.
on this,
Excuse
because
me?
Willits gets canned, you're in here supporting them, and now you're appointed to the planning board. It's
Oh,
pretty
is that how it
interesting how all
goes?
that worked out.
Oh, all right.
And let's
Okay.
not get too much into card games either, because we don't wanna do that.
No idea what he's talking about.
Now, I know you don't.
Most of the time, we don't.
You don't have any idea what I'm talking about, because you need plausible deniability, kinda like Todd does. See, this is the right to speak, Dan, I'm sorry that you don't like it.
This is Mark.
You
If
should
you can read, you'll see that.
Well, you're Dan to me now. This is the
Okay,
right
thank
to
you.
speak, Dan.
They're all the same.
I appreciate that, I really do. Thank you.
These are all the same, you mispronounced our name. Who gives a shit, man?
And if you're gonna give her our names to be included on the minutes, at least try to get it right.
You had your chance, bud.
No,
It's not
you,
a chance, man.
we decided not to give our names. You decided to give fake names.
I mispronounced your name, I apologize.
No, even your Holton newspaper can't get my
It's
name
okay,
right, and
Dan.
it's out there on the web. It's easily researched if they do their research.
It's okay, man. It's all right.
It's frustrating watching what you guys are doing to your public up here, passing ordinances without public input. Are you sure you can do that there, Todd? Cause you're the fourth commissioner in there, are you sure you can really do that there, buddy?
And I've been asking about this standing rule, you just allowed everyone to stand right here.
There's no place to sit.
Yeah, last meeting, there was no place to sit either, I was told I had to stand over there, so,
Yeah.
no
You
place
don't
to sit,
remember
but you
Keith
don't.
losing his mind?
And, oh, I'm sorry, Mark, it's okay, you can say.
You're like
We're
a
in
passive
recess,
aggressive
let's just,
woman,
we
man.
don't have anything.
Hey, Mark, you're like a passive aggressive woman up there. Oh, there you go, there you go, even more. Passive aggressive, that's a feminine trait. It's a feminine trait. You can talk all you want, Dan.
It's a freedom of
Talk all you
speech.
want, Dan.
You can talk, Dan.
We're in recess, talk. Instead, you'll just say it to your buddy there, Dan, that's the passive aggressive part of it. Instead of actually just saying it, you be passive aggressive.
Yeah, maybe the other day. Okay, okay.
I don't think you guys can just keep passing ordinances without the public's input.
Yeah, because that's legislative,
You know,
that's legislative, and the community needs to know about that, Todd, so they can have their voices heard on what you guys are legislating in here. You know what the home rule is, Todd?
Are you sure?
As a matter of fact, just so you guys know, this is an interesting distinction. The home rule is a constitutional right for cities, but it's not a constitutional provision for counties. Counties only get it from the statute. So there's a general, concern about the fact that it's a statutory provision for home rule for counties, and it isn't as strong as constitutional. Now, the courts have upheld it strictly, but there's always that concern. So, as a city attorney,
can't
I
go
have to
around
know
it.
these things about the.
You can't go around it though.
please don't interrupt me.
Oh, you're not.
We're in recess right now.
Yeah.
We're in recess right now,
You
so
can't
we're not
go around
interrupting
it.
anybody. He actually interrupted us.
Talk about some misinformation, we wanna go ahead and
It's
say it.
10:08.
Can't go around it.
Okay.
when did that happen?
When you left,
Hmm?
when you left the meeting, when you both left the meeting to harass Scott?
To harass him? How do you know what we were doing there, Todd?
Well,
You
well,
sat in
yeah.
here this whole time. How in the world?
You're
do you-
off the agenda.
How come? How come? How in
It's
the
on,
world?
it'll be on the minutes.
How in the world?
Point of order, you
We're in recess.
only address the board of legal matters.
How in the world did you know what we were doing up there? You said we were harassing him? How in the world do you know that? You were sitting
Because
here
you
this
did
whole
it to me.
time.
I will read you so you
I never
understand, hey,
apologized.
Mr. Tice, I will read you this. so you
It's
can
fees,
understand.
Dan. It's fees.
You're a current are you a
Yeah, I
current
know.
qualified
It's
elector of
fees.
Jackson County?
Nope.
Are you have a residence or domicile in Jackson County?
Nope.
You own real property in Jackson County?
Nope. Keep
Then
going,
you
there's
don't
more
need
to
to be
it.
on,
Or if you have legislative or administrative or business with the county, and I have all three of those, and I made it
I
clear
don't
to the
believe you,
commissioner.
sir, so thank you very much.
How can you,
Violation of rights.
what do you mean you don't believe me? How can you not believe me? You don't even know what I'm
Set up for a
saying.
lawsuit.
You have no idea what I'm about to say, Dan. You have no idea. You have no idea. How do you not believe me? I'm gonna speak exactly on
That's
that
the sheriff.
legislative.
Clear the room if necessary.
Okay, what? We're in
The
This
sheriff
county
can
collects
what?
federal funds.
We're in
Anybody
the
in
sheriff
country
can
can
what?
come in
We're
here
in
and do
recess.
that.
What was that, Todd? The sheriff
Clearly,
can
we
what?
do.
Can you ask him please to be quiet?
No, we're not gonna be quiet. We're in
The sheriff
recess.
can what?
Then clear
We're
the
in
room.
recess? No. We're in recess.
The sheriff
This is
can
a
what,
public
Todd?
room. This is a public room. And
You
I
sure
wanna know
do
why I
express
was
a lot of
removed from the
authority up
agenda.
here for an employee attorney that's supposed to just advise the county.
That's all your job,
That's
is advise the
interesting.
board of legal matters,
Why
that's
was
it.
I,
You
why was
don't
I
run
removed
this
from the
county.
agenda?
What is it
Can
that
you
the
tell me
sheriff
why
can
I
do,
was
Todd,
removed
that you
from
think he can
You
do?
can't tell me. You don't know.
What is that,
Sat here
Todd?
the whole time.
Just let him yammer, I don't care.
Oh, yeah, now you're gonna let
Now
us
we can
yammer.
yammer,
Oh,
right?
we can yammer. Thank you, Dan, appreciate it.
You try to leverage this intimidation, Todd, it doesn't work on people that know your bullshit, buddy.
Constitutional right to me to be able to yammer in here, instead of having us arrested for it, so I appreciate that. Your Highness.
You can have jibber jabber if you want, if you're trying to be Sheldon. so-
What do you fellas back there with
I'd
the
like
sheriff's
to know why
department think
we
you're gonna be able to do here? Anything?
I believe that I answered your question, sir.
Just here?
If you
Why-
Well,
want
Todd
to
seems
talk
to
about
think
it
you
more,
have
we'll
some
talk
authority
after
over
the
the people in
I'm
here.
gonna talk right now, what,
Good,
Do you?
talk to yourself.
what
Thank
about,
you.
what about?
You're disturbing the peace, they do.
I'm not disturbing the peace, Dick, be quiet.
It's definitional, isn't it?
Dick, be quiet.
I have every right to speak.
Sure you do, but I can say be quiet.
I'll speak when I.
But I'm just curious, Todd was acting like you guys were gonna take some authority,
Yeah,
and I'm
any
just,
property from you?
what is it that you guys are gonna do?
What was it?
Yep, looks like Justin's a landowner
I
now.
got 12.5 acres
No,
here?
no, we have a portion.
Portion of it, okay, alright, I guess I am a landowner, guys, can I get back on?
By the way, you guys have no idea what Commissioner Keith Kelly was saying in the fall of 2022.
So I'm a landowner now there, Dan, can I get back on the agenda?
Can you please, show me some paperwork that establishes?
It has not been completed, it has not been completed at this time.
Then when I
Guys,
see him,
guys,
when I see him, he can speak.
you have to come in before 4 o'clock on Friday, you don't need to.
Well, I was on it,
But you brought it.
Oh, Todd, you should quit addressing Justin, you don't get to tell him he's off of it, that's the commissioner's job.
I believe I
You
did
just
the
be
motion.
quiet and be an attorney,
So, you know,
it's not your job, you
So
don't
the-
run
so the
this.
next
when you can
You think
establish
you do,
with
but
me,
you don't.
show me paperwork that you're an established resident of Jackson
I
County.
will do that there,
No
Dan,
problem.
but in the meantime, I do have legislative and administrative business here, as that rule C says, that you read me in resolution 25, or
Yep.
2425.
He actually doesn't, because as far as I can tell, he's not part of the legislature, so he
Thank
can't
you.
support an agency of
Sort of shit, that's not what it means. It means the legislative stuff that you guys enacted with your resolution 2425 means that I can speak on it. And aside from that, I have business that I want to propose to you guys. Are you saying that you get control which businesses come in here?
I'm not interested.
Look how
in
much
business
control
meetings.
Todd takes in this room for
I
an attorney,
don't believe I need.
who's
to.
just
You're-
paid to advise
That's
this
my
county.
personal
Shut up,
opinion.
Todd.
What if
You
my,
really have no
what if
authority.
my business idea saved the county $25 million? Wouldn't you be interested in that?
You need to stay out of this conversation and respond when they ask
For
you.
you would want to know.
That's
if you
the role of
crossed
an
it.
attorney.
Did you forget what your role is, Todd?
Your role is to clarify things for them when they ask you to clarify legal issues. Your role is not to step in and tell them how they're supposed to behave.
You're pushing for a barking hunt.
So I have to make it my business proposal to save the county $25 million. Why don't you guys want to hear it? Is that serious enough for you? No? Alright. So your discrimination towards someone could cost the county some money, and you'd rather go with the discrimination, helping the county out. Is that what you're saying?
we need to move discrimination. White discrimination.
Dixon's right, he should be telling you guys how she's doing.
Hey, if
He's
someone,
not very good at
if
that.
someone is under 18 years old, are they an elector of the county? Are they allowed to speak in here, Tom? Someone that's under 18? Are they allowed to speak in here? They can't vote, they're not an elector.
And they're
Is
not
that, is
there.
that called prior restraint, Tom? Is that called prior restraint? There's some kids out there in the hallway, could they come in here and speak right now or not? Because they're not electors, just like I'm not.
A lot more intelligent than what you guys are.
That's not the question, Todd. The question is, would you allow it or not? And why or why not?
Oh, he's so pleased with
Yeah, I
himself,
know,
he
it's-
insulted
They
somebody.
allowed him,
Let's
they
do it,
allowed a
buddy.
kid to speak on September
Let's do it,
16th.
buddy. Like, oh, I made a funny. So would they be able to speak, Todd? Would they be able to speak? No, they wouldn't because they're not electors, but they're still Americans and they still have free speech, but according to you, they would be able to come in here and speak. Is that right or wrong? Is that called prior restraint? Mr. Constitutional Law 101? Maybe you can explain to the fine people here of what prior restraint is that would prevent those children right there from coming in here and speaking like every American has the right to. Can you explain that to us, Todd? Remember you told Michael there, oh, in law schools all across the country, this stuff's constitutional 101, so go ahead and break it down for us. Prior restraint. Those kids right there are not able to vote. They can't speak in here. And so that's part of the legislative and administrative stuff that I want to talk to you assholes about, that you're preventing me from talking about. Well, no,
He stepped back from his work.
he said that, it has to be a
If you have business with this commission, then you have business with this commission, this is the clerk, this is,
This is a public.
Dave, do you wanna kick me out right here? Am I someplace that I'm not allowed to be in? Am I someplace I'm not allowed to be in? Dan, am I someplace I'm not allowed to be?
you can speak whatever you want.
Right. You see how they try to exert authority, and then when they get told they can't do it, now all of a sudden, we're okay, we're okay.
You're finally getting it, Dan.
Thank you.
Will you guys stop your intimidation BS in here?
Appreciate it.
Some of this will chill.
Knock it off, I'm tired of hearing you.
Well, I'm glad you're tired of hearing it. We're tired of watching you run roughshod over people.
That goes both ways there, Dan. It ain't just you, man. It ain't just you.
It's only just begun there, Pruett.
Only just begun. Get used to it, guys. This is never new thing. You guys are gonna be making it easy when I'm just sitting in here watching these guys get treated the way they should. With a little disrespect. Because they demand respect when they do disrespectful things. You don't demand respect when you do disrespectful things. The way you get respect is you do respectful things and you're an honorable person.
Do you recall they said they got me off the agenda while I stepped out?
Just say, I want But we were all trespassing on the square, we're standing along that wall where everybody was standing, just a little bit. I have the footage now, seats were all pulled in too. That's the crazy thing about this. No, I think Todd Luckman. Yeah. Tell me what's better than all this. Right. Good there, nothing better. Hey, you kids are gonna go in there and talk. Say whatever you want.
I'm hearing what you're saying. Okay, I believe it.
A little respectful of the good seat. I stood back here for 3 hours. I was first time I ever said, Kate Immenschuh started working around this.
All right. I love Jackson County.
I see what you're
I'm a person who had never been to this room before, never been in here before. First thing anyone should say is start yelling at me because I'm never heard that song. Look at that guy. You think that's appropriate? Yeah, do you think that's any more inappropriate than using an ocean sugar? Well, I prefer not to be treated like that. Is that not the symbiotic thing that we can agree on that if I prefer that, maybe he prefers, maybe we can find some middle ground there, that we don't have to be disrespectful for everybody?
Okay, let's move forward. And respect all, because the person.
You are restricting those same kids right here that want to come in and speak. And you say, oh, for years, they can't speak in here.
And you personally,
Why don't you turn off the agenda? Why don't you turn off the agenda? Why don't you turn off the agenda?
It was taken off the agenda because you do not live in this county and you do not.
I have administrative and business dealings that I want to do with this commission. And you're blocking me from doing all three of those.
those,
Hold on, Steve, if you're gonna apply those rules that I'm not an elector, those same rules, those kids are not electors, they can't come in here and speak. That's prior restraint. Do you know what that is, Dan? Do you know what that is? Do you know what prior restraint is?
Let's wait until the attorney gets in. I'm not an attorney.
Doesn't matter.
sorry,
You're
You're gonna throw,
government attorney.
you're gonna throw, I don't need to be an attorney to explain to you, you're gonna throw that I'm not an elector in my face that I can't speak here, then you need to defend how those children were able to speak in here. They're not electors either, if they're not.
They haven't asked to speak either.
It doesn't matter.
They have not asked to speak.
That's prior restraint.
Let's deal with this later. And I hear what
I was on the agenda.
I hear what you're saying.
When are we supposed to deal with it, Dan? I was on the agenda to discuss.
You're saying let's deal with this later.
Precisely
Let's give us a time and we'll be here.
Precisely this fact, and you removed me from the agenda to discuss it. Why?
That was
Because you don't like me? Because you don't like me? Straight up discrimination. It's straight up
That's not the
discrimination.
situation.
You just said, we'll talk about this later. Well, I was on the agenda for 5 minutes from now to speak, and you don't want to hear it. But you're saying, let's talk about this later?
When the attorney comes in, when the attorney comes in.
Oh, when the attorney comes.
I'm not a lawyer.
Me neither, and I still want to talk to you. So what the hell, man? Come on. Hide behind that. I don't need my attorney here to talk to you about this. I don't need my attorney here. This is straight up
All right.
disrespect. You removed me from the agenda because of discrimination.
Let's go. We'll see.
You
I'm
wanted to
not-
trespass me from the
We'll
entire
see
property for
something
standing
like
right
that.
there, but allowed, you, Dan, allowed entire row of people to stand right there. No problem whatsoever. There was even an empty
Dude,
seat.
let it go. You're
I
not
got it,
making
well, I'm not
sense
gonna
with
let it go,
assholes,
because
so
it's
let's go.
it's called discrimination
Did,
and
wait a
retaliation.
minute, did Mark just call us assholes?
Yes,
he
And
did.
you don't have a problem with his cursing?
Oh,
You don't have a problem with
oh,
this?
our ears.
Oh, my ears
I didn't hear it. I didn't
What
hear
about
it, so
the
we got
kids?
My
What about
ears
the
hurt.
Keep going,
kids?
keep knocking yourself out. I
What
want to see
about
you.
the
I'm just saying.
kids?
But
I'm,
Dan-
I'm tired of hearing this. I'm trying to do some work here for the county.
You're in
Then go
recess,
somewhere else.
you're in
So
recess,
just
you
knock
should,
it off.
Then go
guys,
somewhere else.
he shouldn't actually be doing work for the county right now because we're in recess. He shouldn't actually be doing work for the
Oh,
county right now.
okay, no, so I will answer that, sir. So,
Oh, you
I'm
will?
not supposed to be doing work for the county when I'm not in a meeting? Is
You're-
that what
you're-
you're saying?
you're
Is that
here for
what
a
you,
meeting
is
today.
that what
What
you
work
are
are you
saying?
doing for the county?
That's none of your business.
No,
Is that what you
is
were
it
saying?
their business?
Is that what you
Is
were
it their
saying?
business?
Is that what you were saying?
Is it their business?
And that's precisely
Okay.
the point. This is not an open meeting right now. This is not an open meeting right now.
You're-
So
you're
we
right,
can
it
talk,
is.
yeah, so we can talk right now.
Yeah,
If
that's
you're not
not what
gonna
we asked
reveal
you.
because you're not in a meeting, then we can talk to you right now.
That is not what you asked me, sir.
But that's what I'm saying right now. You're
Good for
right.
you.
You're right. This is
I'm
outside of the meeting.
I'm doing a
That's
work
fine.
for a constituent who asked me a question.
In public, and you're doing it in public. So
Yes,
here we
I
go.
am.
Here's the public.
The question that I asked you, sir, so I'm not supposed to be doing
I
any
don't need
work.
to answer, you won't
You
answer
asked
my
me a
questions.
question. You don't
Dan,
wanna
you won't
answer
answer
that.
my questions.
Answer the prior restraint.
And you
question.
have a
Question
problem
that I
with my,
asked you.
and
I
you have
don't
a
do
problem
work.
with my language,
If all you're gonna do is keep talking
and you
over
have
me,
a
then
problem
we'll
with
answer
my
this
language,
later.
but
No.
you use the same.
That's
Answer
fine.
the prior restraint question then.
You have a problem with our language, but he said.
I didn't hear what you said.
Well, you
I
didn't
said
say
he's
that.
an asshole.
There you go. Oh,
Look it up in the
Is that
dictionary.
okay?
Oh,
Is that okay? There's
Kids.
There's kids. There's kids.
That didn't
remember?
bother you that there were kids out there earlier.
Of course it doesn't. We're being sarcastic.
Hey,
Sarcastic.
I got a question.
Yeah, we're being,
I got a
it's
question.
called sarcasm. Have you ever heard of that
Listen,
before?
what constitutes
So when they
disrupting
said,
public government?
Just pointing out the hypocrisy.
what has been a disruption?
Constitutes public.
Pay attention out here, you'll learn how to do discourse properly.
There's lots of things that.
You know, I've
What
grown up in
exactly?
Jackson County, I've lived here all my life, and I think 90% of Jackson County would be pretty
Yeah.
upset at you guys right now.
That's great. I don't care.
Do you think, let me ask you this,
I've taught
I really,
kids.
I really don't care, man.
And
I've
I
seen
wanna
you at these
bring
meetings.
them
You're
to-
one of those
to
liberal,
this, to learn
liberals.
from the man, with you guys here, I sure wouldn't bring them.
Good.
well, what I asked Dan up here a minute ago, is you gotta understand,
Your
the
moral
first
high horse.
interaction that happened in
You're a
this room,
moral high horse.
we came here because we heard a recording of Keith Kelly telling Tom Hoffman that he was not allowed to speak to his commissioners because he had filed a cease and desist order with the
That
county.
is not correct. I'll
Hush.
leave it after your-
We're not talking
No,
to
we're-
you.
Yeah, I'm not talking to you. That is
I
incorrect.
heard a
So you wanna
recording.
try to get the record straight. That
He
is
can try to
correct.
spin it, but that's what the recording
You are
happened.
totally
He
wrong.
said to Tom, you hired an attorney, you can speak to us through your attorney. I came in here to question that. My first 5 minutes in the room, I was standing here looking at this sign. Keith Kelly came by and ripped into me because I was not sitting in a chair. First time he'd ever even seen me, ever met me. That's how that started.
Michael, these bootleggers are okay with that, man.
My
That
question
guy is
is,
probably
what
like, good.
constitutes disrupting public government?
What constitutes disrupting public government?
Are you trying to say cuss words are? Is that what you're saying?
I've answered the question.
Have you seen anything,
Question.
have
I'd
you
like to
seen
turn-
anything
I'd
that
like to turn it around
constitutes
on you.
disrupting public government?
Have you, yeah, exactly.
Have you seen anything that constitutes disrupting public government? The statute's 21-5921 if you need it. Have you seen it? But have you seen anything in this room that constitutes disrupting public government?
And have they? Because they haven't done anything.
They haven't acted on it.
So there you go, man.
They're the ones statutorily required to act on it.
Here we go. He got it now. Yep.
So it's about your feelings
Yeah,
more
he
than
got
it is
he got
about the law.
He can't answer.
I just
so he's
asked
out
the
of here,
question.
too.
Okay.
He's out of here too.
That's how you can tell when it's about feelings and not about the law, when you quote the statute to them and they walk away. These days, we do more about feelings than we do about the law, guys, and that's the problem with this country.
Literacy or literacy at school. How do you get those? Yeah. Grandkids do bookstore. Now, paper back books, papers.
And, Mark, there was a lady in here that had a shirt that said, let's keep the dumb fuckery to a minimum. They sat there the whole time. Can we throw her out for that? What if the kids see that? What if the kids see that? What about their eyes? Well, that's called a pickle here. So we can't say dumb fuckery, but we can wear it on a shirt. That's a pickle, isn't it? That's why something like Cohen v. California, you know, Cohen v. California, very, very important, very, very important. It covers precisely that. But I get it, you're not an attorney, so I can't expect you to go read something about the law because you're not an attorney. As a matter of fact, only attorneys can understand it, right? I can't understand that.
Authority complexes, things like that, that's what we do. We go around and take people down a notch. And hopefully, after we leave, they stop treating their own citizens like that, or else we come back.
Yeah, still, the books, well, I guess there might be somebody tax law, 5, 6, 7-year-olds. I'm beginning to daycares.
I don't need that young. Not that young. Not anymore right now.
Also bringing the literacy program to Jackson.
But the, not the ones.
Yeah.
This one, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's good.
I covered a couple daycares, there's one in North Mead. Mike, how many children does she have, 1 or 2?
Daycares? Sometimes two, depends on the need.
Yeah.
Just 2 locations at meetings.
Okay. There's a daughter live over here. I looked at her, CV, but it's kind of cold. But still. But yeah, you should, if you ever live here, why not? You want to take a shower, you should out and look here, that water, all around water. You can't get upset.
Right.
Down here in the ocean. Say, Gulf of Mexico.
Yeah, you know
Yeah,
it.
you do that. That's, I never do that before.
Anything you want.
Yeah.
River, river.
Yeah.
Now it goes back to, so why would we remove them to address trespass?
Is, Kristie gone? My anniversary is tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
Wait a minute, where's it at? Yeah, 30 years. She's put up. You know what I say though? I'm done. No more.
I said I ain't trained.
You know why? I don't want to be trained by another.
I'm not trained.
You're not training? No, I don't want to be retrained.
She worked on Friday.
Yeah. Yeah.
How many years does it take?
He ran out of,
I know he had 5,000, but I never heard the total number.
I don't know.
I'm not even running for county commissioner.
They're early voting upstairs. I mean, having early.
Oh, yeah, I know, but I mean,
Vicky was down.
burgers.
No,
What'd you say?
Vicky was down at, they had a early voting deal down there for title ships.
Yeah.
And they ran out of the house.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So I thought you said she was flipping burgers.
No.
And that ends Monday?
Noon.
Monday. Okay. We gotta get Marsha up here.
It'd be great if you guys didn't have anything on your agenda that day.
Yeah. But we gotta come back at night. That's our night.
On Monday,
Yeah.
what time do you have?
6.
You can miss, I just feel like.
We're back 3 years ago.
Yeah.
Still there? Are you still gonna have to look up and on? Okay, yeah, that'd probably be the easiest way to go.
So you're really gonna tell you right now, right now, what you have is you have a quorum.
Right. And it's not a health department or anything, usually we keep it in both departments.
You guys know what a quorum is?
So you want.
You have a quorum, you're not, you don't see the problem with that, right? No problem at all.
Okay. Yeah, if they get it off, then I just say no more, that's all, go down the road.
Your phone's in your car when you go in.
Okay. All right. Well, you know what I mean. Yeah, that'd be easy too. Okay. All right, sounds good. We'll talk to you later.
I'm Randy or Chad from Life Center. I'll tell you, I just wanted to introduce myself because we communicated on a couple of minutes ago. Oh, okay, right, okay, cool. I just want to say hello.
Sewer job,
What's the state KU?
I did.
That was horrible.
Either way, one quarter, you know, when you're coming on here.
Oh. They're a better team than Kansas State.
Oh, yeah, I know.
They could run them, yeah. End up 6-6, go to a bowl. I hope they do. I thought, surely, I thought KU beat them. I really did there for the last, this, not for work.
They took their chance, you know.
Yeah. If they dropped them.
He wanted to put you in a plane that he began with.
Did he?
Remember those, okay? Just, I love you, bud, but I didn't get in that plane.
No, I expected more. Did you graduate this week?
Well, it's a
Are you a civil engineer?
No, I was conservation bio.
Sorry?
I was biology.
Biology. Yeah, it felt deflating.
Yeah.
Cause I thought we should have beaten them by
Good.
more. And then the Chiefs, they just drive me crazy this year. Both those teams.
Something else.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mark, can you guys talk to me a little bit about the, time, place, manner restriction in place at your meeting in terms of the reasonableness of it? So what's reasonable about saying that I can't stand over there during the meeting, but when me and Michael both tried to speak in here, you said, hey, you guys need to come forward because we can't hear you. Meanwhile, when we go over there, stand on the wall, we're saying, hey, we can't hear you guys. So how is that reasonable? You guys get that advantage to be able to hear us, but when we try to say we can't hear you, we don't need to stand over here, how's that reasonable? How is that a reasonable restriction?
Would you submit your questions to our attorney, please?
I'll just submit it right here, please.
I prefer you submit to him.
It's your meeting. You can't hide behind your attorney. You're the chair of the meeting right now. You make this decision. You're gonna hide behind your attorney? Is it a reasonable restriction to say that we have to come up here and speak to get closer to you, but when we try to get closer to hear you guys, you have us arrested for trespassing? Is that a reasonable restriction on time, place, and manner of your meeting?
I don't recall anyone getting arrested for trespassing.
We were removed here out of federal arrest from trespass, not just from this room, not just from this courthouse, but from the entire premises. Meaning, if we stepped foot back on there while this meeting was still in progress, we would have been arrested. Here's your attorney. So Todd, can you tell us about the time, place, and manner restrictions of your meeting in terms of reasonableness? Of why I wasn't allowed to stand on that wall right there, but when I tried to speak in here, all three of these commissioners said, hey, come a little bit closer, we can't hear you. And when I tried to stand over there and say, I can't hear you guys either, you guys were going to have me arrested under threat of trespassing here. Not only from this room, not only from this courthouse, but from the entire premises that this courthouse is on. If I would have stepped foot back on there, I would have been arrested for trespass. How is that reasonable? How's that reasonable? First of all, the standing isn't a rule, but if it was, how would that be reasonable? If the citizen gets arrested for standing, and the standing reason that the commissioners say for you guys to come forward, can't hear you. did what you told me to do. I asked your attorney. I'm still in square one. No answer either. I hope someday when you guys are no longer commissioners, which will happen, someday you won't be commissioners, I hope you don't get treated like this when you come in here and the commission doesn't like you for some reason, some unbeknownst reason that you can't even fathom right now. I hope you don't get treated like this. Same with you, Todd. Same with you. Someday you might go in and speak to, what, you're over in Shopping County there? Go in and speak to the commission over there and they treat you like absolute dog shit for no reason. You serve in the military there, Todd? Military don't get kisses. And you know that.
Just look at the years of industry, so I'm trying to find the commission's safety. These guys are absolute jokers. Absolute jokers.
Hey guys, I see a shirt in here that says dumb fuckery on it. Can we have that person removed for cussing them? Can we tell her not to have that shirt on, please? That she needs to cover that up. Yeah, Todd, it says dumb fuckery, so that's a cuss word that we're not allowed to say in here, so, oh, is it funny that she has it on? We can't say it out loud, we have it on our shirts. Todd, I'm sure you're familiar with Cohen v. California, right? Cohen v. California? Sure.
100%. Take care.
You guys,
You too.
I found that shirt amusing. Earlier, for years. For years. Oh, the years of the women in here. Matter of fact, didn't Mark say that once? Hey, we got women in here, don't be cussing. Meanwhile, there's a woman in here with a shirt on that says dumb fuckery on it. It's hilarious. Hilarious. White knight.
Anything else I wanted to add? Yeah, you guys think we're after this for clicks and views. You know, we didn't make any money coming up here today. We don't make money off the videos, just so you know. Not a dollar, not a penny. It's all about you, and it's all about your citizens' rights. Not a penny, guys. This stuff isn't our stuff. We don't make money off these videos. We do this for a purpose. When was the last time you were here during the commission meeting? Been a few years? Never been called here during the commission meeting? Trick-or-treaters here at the courthouse? No? But you didn't get called here during commission meetings
At 3:30 to
in a long
5:30,
time
they do
before,
it
what
at
was
the
it,
square.
October 7th?
And so a lot of the businesses will pass out candy.
Been a long time before that. Yeah,
Some
I
people
can't even
especially
remember the
like
last time I had to come to a commission meeting.
they come up to the second floor.
And you know why they're not gonna be here, right? You know why we're getting paid for it, right?
Not every commission.
You were told that you were here,
daylight savings time is all that, right?
Yeah.
It's in November sometime. Oh, is it next Sunday?
Yep.
Swear next week. I can't be the one to learn, so let's
Okay.
go with it.
You know, it's weird because that's the day you think you get an extra hour, but
Yeah.
especially veterans training.
Yeah.
In fact, I don't think you're supposed to get an extra hour of sleep or whatever.
I never do that. That screws me up.
Okay,
It doesn't work on us.
it doesn't work on night runs.
Nobody did it because they.
You have dogs? You have dogs? You have dogs? My dog is going through allergy season. Ears all barking, or not barking, but scratching. I give mine a good trick. I haven't given her any last night, and she's up 2, 3, and 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the morning. So, she gets allergies.
I wasn't actually a big sorry for that, but I just asked if you guys could do it, just make a good day for the family. Well, that's all I was looking at.
Todd, do you know of any, I'll ask this later. 9 minutes?
Yeah.
That clock still?
It's off, yeah, it's not quite right. It's off a little bit. I'm sorry?
Do what?
Oh, we all have dogs.
Dogs.
It was you that was talking about.
Yeah, I was asking.
Everything's quiet.
Mom. I didn't.
Oh.
And she said, do something for Gypsy. She ran away last year for 4 days.
Oh, wow.
And so I just have a little bit of that left in the bottom of this much. And I said, just give her all of it, no hurry. So she asked her daughter what could be done. She said, go check on Gypsy. And her daughter came back and she said, Kate, where's Gypsy? She said, Mom, she went to volunteer now.
Oh,
So she
so,
ran away for 4 days the
Yeah.
year before without that.
yeah.
With that, she went to volunteer.
I'll have to look into that. Yeah, I need my little doggies. Children's Benedict. I'm sorry? Oh,
4 times faster.
4 times faster. They recommended 10 pounds, half a millimeter, 0.5 millimeter.
Our dog Kieffober was a snake,
Yeah.
like down on his wrist, and it took us all the way up to the back when Dr. did Lundberg and Frozen Finger Creek. And he went and did this much aspirin, this much withdrawal.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. You're not in South Dakota County? Where do you live in the county? Oh, that. Where do you live? Yeah. Denison?
Yeah, that's the only thing I know. Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
My house is 3.5 miles.
Okay. Oh, sure. I know. Yeah. On the east side of the highway or west side?
Sorry, if you call,
Okay.
I don't have the extension to the court office, but if you,
I grew up east of there.
911,
I grew up east of there a few
there
miles.
should be,
But we have land on
you can press
222,
court
on zero. Right in there.
That's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, not much, 6 miles maybe. Yeah, Longford 9. Yeah, yeah. Okay.
But maybe
last 4 years, yes. It's gonna get better.
Forgot that sentence. You forgot that sentence?
Well, again,
All right.
wonderful.
Good. We're, yeah, you know, we took recess.
Fireworks here. So last year she ran away for 4 days. So I got the box rescue remedy. I just got one of that, and they did the rest of it. And Sean said,
Awesome.
Paige came back, and she said, Sean said, Paige, where's Chase? Oh, Mom, she went to the barn and took a nap.
I can give you that.
Okay, all right. Otherwise, I
Cost
can't
is
start
about
without.
for me to come back and get me.
Yeah.
That was really strong. Really strong.
Pretty scary game yesterday.
Yeah.
Didn't know about this yet.
I wasn't sure they were gonna overcome that one.
Officers from the vet.
New player help,
Maximum dosage.
the new player helps
Yeah.
considerably.
I don't think Mahomes is playing that well this year. Of course, they're more pressure. Of course, his main targets aren't here.
It was good.
They got 4 guys out. They posted yesterday on, holy cow.
Two are key players, the other two
Yeah.
are replaceable.
Yeah. Austin, you can come up when the time's ready.
Okay.
But they continue to win, so.
Yeah, I know. I can't even,
That's all that really
He's
counts.
12-0, he's 12-0 his last 12 games.
yeah, 13.
Good, yeah, 13 after yesterday.
Of course, I had a nail biter the night before.
Yeah.
You're a KU guy.
I am.
KUK State was the real deal.
Oh, I'm disappointed in K-State. But they also find ways to win.
It might have been a little overtime.
You got a quarter.
If you know how to run it, you can.
Yeah.
There's a remote in there you can turn it on to.
So this is gonna be show and tell.
It is.
All right.
Somewhat.
That's definitional.
Yeah.
Of course,
I don't know where they're gonna go.
there could be one in the drawer over there. The first drawer. It gets borrowed back and forth to each room. So.
It's usually up there in the,
Be careful
usually
that thing
switches
slides.
at the bottom too.
Oh.
I haven't been down here, so I don't know.
But you know,
The remote control for TV.
She live over here. Oh, right. In the-
That thing's on top.
it's not in the drawer.
It's always, Kristie always kept it over here.
It's a good remote room, I suppose.
Well,
You know where they
It's
put
not
it?
that first drawer down there on the bottom.
Nope, no,
Over
that,
there on the chest.
nope. Not the drawer.
I don't know. On it.
No, you think you can. I cannot.
You know where that TV is in the next room, somebody where that is? So like if there's a remote.
I don't know if I can get in there. Our keys work for that.
No, I don't believe they do.
We're back in session.
I can verbalize most things, it won't be as,
Can you turn it on?
what is it, I don't see anything on the TV.
I keep getting into it.
That's what you're saying. Hey.
Which one are you on? We know who you are for the record. Go ahead and introduce yourself, please.
All right, Austin Taylor with Giant Communications, General Manager there. Giant's JVN, I guess. So the purpose for my meeting is, we talked some a while back about the Biden infrastructure grant. It's probably been 2 years ago since we first talked about that. Well, we're finally there. The Kansas Office of Broadband Development is the recipient of the grant from NTIA, the federal entity that's administering the grant. Gosh, again, it's really been serious for about a year now. KOBD has been ramping up application portals and the requirements for the grant, locations that are and aren't qualified. So we're finally to the pre-registration application portion of the app. Basically what the program allows for, well, let me back up a second, I guess. So just so we can remember what the purpose of BEAD is and how it will be administered. So basically, after COVID, we went through this process of understanding the many locations across the states that are unserved or underserved with broadband service. We've gone through many grant cycles, various state level as well as federal level grants to try and rectify that problem from our perspective. The current administration's put a massive priority on broadband, believing that you should be as connected as you are in rural America as you are in a metro area, in that metro area. So the first thing that was uncovered is that the reporting of served locations was inaccurate. So we went through this long process of coming up with a new program called the Broadband Data Collection. Broadband Data Collection reports on a per location basis, not a census block. Census blocks is what we used to report. Speeds were inconsistent. Through COVID, we realized that was a problem. So we started this new BBC program. It is now the foundational knowledge for all things that are being acted on in the broadband world.
And this is where we were asked to go on and take the speed test and.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, that's what we
You
just
got it.
understand that, yeah.
You got it. So that's really what all of these programs are developed out of. They look at the BBC, the broadband data collection. They identify locations, and then they open these programs up to grant programs so that the service providers can then bring the speeds to the locations. That can happen in multiple ways, right? We've talked about this before too. Fixed wireless, coax, copper can serve these locations. Those varying serving mediums have capacity limits, however, right? So DSL in certain circumstances, fixed wireless have their limits. Fiber has what Lots would say it's no capacity, right? So we can do anything we need to over that from now until infinity, which I don't believe that to be true, but from now until a long time. So what you have now are these programs that are coming out. Let's talk about BEAD now. So BEAD comes out. Essentially what happens is NITA is bringing $452 million to the Kansas Office of Broadband Development as the recipient. And then they will bring sub-recipients in, and they will award grant money to those sub-recipients to build broadband to the locations identified in the BBC. Okay? So now we're at the pre-application phase. That means they receive pre-applications. They will then award pre-applicants the opportunity to be a subrecipient, and from there we start the application process where they will start to grade the applicants. They have a very specific rubric that they use. There's a value of 100 points, and each category is worth a certain level of points. Type of surveillance product, fiber, fixed wireless, coax, time to build completion or service activation, relationships with county officials or city officials, support from those entities as well, and a couple of other things. So what will happen is we'll have various serving providers that will come in with a plan and submit their application if they're approved to do so, and then the KOBD will make a decision of how they distribute that money. One of the complexities about the whole thing is that, I'm going to show you a map in a second of sort of how they came up with these serving areas and what the locations look like. But in all of this, the KOBD cannot even receive funding and pay it out until every location is accounted for. Okay, so what they'll have on their hands is a decision to make in high cost areas. So Mark Pruett's place might be a low cost location, whereas Dan's might be a high cost location because it's 2 miles away, right? So they'll make some decisions about how they fund those areas, and then they will reach out to the serving providers and say you've been awarded X for what you applied for. Okay, so I wanted to make sure and tell that story so there's some clarity around sort of how it's awarded, and then talk a little bit about Giants plan, because it's pretty big. I didn't mention JVN. JVN, you may have seen in the paper recently, we were just awarded $6.5 million. We're working on an $8 million project now, so it's a priority at JVN and Giant to continue to work these rural areas and build fiber to the home is really our priority. Our relationship with RUS, USDA, and KOBD is solid, and so I think there's a lot of trust there in terms of partnership and the likeliness of us being accepted into the program.
So is this gonna be a high, what is it, wired?
No. So all of our plan is wired.
Okay. No satellite, no radio waves.
It's fiber to the home network.
Fiber, okay. Hardwired, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah. So
okay.
Wireline and fixed wireless. Today, our services sort of vary in places. Today we have coax to the home,
right,
in Holton, for instance.
Yeah.
It will remain coaxers. We today serve a gig by gig in our Holton community and the other communities we serve. As you get outside of Holton in the rural areas, I use you as an example, Mark.
Yeah.
Where Mark lives, we have fixed wireless, so that's what we would utilize there.
So your dish is east of town. You receive it from a satellite, right?
No. No, we actually own spectrum.
Okay.
So we aren't a low orbit satellite or a satellite at all. We're fixed wireless. So there's a little bit of difference in capabilities. They actually don't consider, meaning the federal government doesn't consider satellites a serving medium right now. So if you can get satellite at Mark's house, as an example again, it wouldn't be considered serving. Just because there's some other things going into that, like latency and things like that.
Yeah, because out on the farm, we had satellite. I even had satellite on the edge of town here, and it served its purpose, but I couldn't bundle.
Right.
And I needed to bundle, so it will be coax in town.
Yep.
Okay.
And
Is there not some fiber in town?
There is absolutely some fiber. So that
to here, to the schools?
Yeah, we fibered all of the anchor institutions is what they're called. We have fiber too. So today the hospital, the schools,
And that's been,
Kansas.
what, 15 years ago? 20?
Yeah, it's been 15 or 16.
Yeah.
essentially, it's kind of, it's a little complicated, not that you guys are smart people. So, we have hybrid fiber coax is what it is. So we have a node, it's called just a box. This box serves this stretch of town, right? It's fiber all the way to that node, and then it's coax to the house. So it's fiber all the way to the node. It's really a progressive system, in terms of how we utilize the coax to ensure we can serve really big speeds. So it's really pretty cool. There will come a day when it's the likelihood of overbuilding the town with fiber will make that decision.
Yeah.
It's just a hard one to justify.
Sure, I mean, if everybody's served right now, yeah, it is hard to justify that, yeah, I understand that.
Yes.
I got a question for you. You may or may not know the answer to this. Back in, let's see, we moved out here in 84, 85, right here. I guess 85. Shortly after that, we were on United, whatever it is now, on up through the way. It seems like it was about 5 years after we moved out there, they came through there, and what they told me they were doing was laying fiber. Is that, I mean, do you know if that's still viable? I mean, because
Likely.
that's what they told me they were doing, was laying fiber optics.
Yeah, so
But they
back
didn't
then-
go to that because they couldn't afford the switches.
Yeah, so back then, there's a lot of, this isn't meant to sound rude, right?
No.
But a lot of people think there's a piece of fiber that's serving fiber. It's not that, not all the time. It would be considered trunk fiber, so transport. So it may be carrying a network from point A, all that traffic to point B. And so it's not a serving fiber, so you wouldn't build off of it.
Okay. Well, like I said, they came past, said they were putting fiber in for future use, so on and so forth, and they tied on the box out along the road, and but still under the house, it's still copper. But, so I was just curious whether or not that fiber is still viable, because we just got an email from them this morning, says, hey, guess what, we're gonna do this and that, the other thing with fiber, so.
Yeah. So, yes.
Yes, but no.
Yeah.
Understand.
Yeah.
No, like I said, I get it, I'm perfectly satisfied with that answer.
We have a piece of cross-country fiber that goes that way as well. It's relatively close to them in use, but it's just a cross-country that goes from our head end over here out to Netawaka, where JD is at.
Yep.
But it's not used to serve off of. How far east are you off of, 875?
2 months.
Okay. Mouse, make sure that's up, and, alright. Make sure there wasn't too much proprietary in there, right? Okay, so, the first thing I wanted to show you, this is obviously the state of Kansas, and you will see all of these colors and shapes all over the state. So those are the PFAs, proposed funded service area, or proposed funded areas. What they've done, the very first concept that KVD came up with was to create, as their PFA, USDs. So they're going to use the USDs, the school districts, as the boundaries for the PFAs. After lots of consideration and vetting the BDC locations, served, unserved, and underserved, they changed some of the scope of what the PFAs look like, and they came up with this map. So in all of these colored areas, there are locations within that are unserved or underserved. That would be what is qualified for the grant. So if you get up here to us,
southwest and southeast of the county, right?
So you will see Holton, it's not fully zoomed in for some reason. Holton here, locations considered served, and then in these, colored areas, those are the PFAs where there will be locations, I'll show you in just a second, what those locations look like. They made some changes late in the game. Holton, East and Holton West really didn't change in terms of what, was considered PFAs, but the Mayetta Hoyt area did. So, it used to be, this purple or lavender, whatever this used to be a PFA that stretched all the way down here to like North Hoyt and kind of right through here. They cut it like, they chopped it, and now the only PFA in the area was Mayetta. There was some challenge locations in this area that came back as served. So, not that I agree with it, but that was.
And it was just simply due to people getting on and running the speed test, right?
Not all of it. So there is also part of what's at play here is what is reported by the provider. So if a provider, every biannually, we submit the BDC report that says we serve this service and this speed to these locations. And so we've served fixed wireless for 20 years now, right? We're really confident in what it can and what it can't do. And so what we were really intent on doing, and what I'm sure we did, was report accurately for fixed wireless locations. Because if we over-reported what they may be able to receive, we were going to hurt their opportunity for grant funding later, right? So at Mark's house, right?
Yep.
These locations that were switched are not switched because we say they're served.
Okay.
Also, previously, a couple of years ago, the Delia area and Denison area were not served properly. How is that now?
Correct. So Denison is all fully overbuilt now. The town.
Okay.
We actually.
Yeah, it was the in-betweens.
Yes. I don't know why that's kind of like that. Okay, like. Maybe something. Yeah. Okay. No, not too far. Oh, there it is. Okay. So Denison now is served. All of this area right here is served because we built fiber there. There's actually a couple, just to point out the inaccuracy a little bit, we actually have fiber out to here and then down here. So the locations all along here are also served, but they're not reflected in this PFA map.
Is that the fiber truck that you took over to McLeod?
We have fiber all the way over there. Whenever I open up some of these other maps, you'll be able to sort of see our trunk route for the fiber.
Okay.
Giants. So then, in addition to that, we have Valley Falls, Ozaki and Oskaloosa area in McLeod that we will also ask to participate in. So let me go ahead and pop up here.
Looks like a Pac-Man.
It gets a little bit messy. There's a lot to capture on it. Okay, so what you'll see here that's identified on this map is the two PFAs, Holton East and Holton West, stretching all the way out to past Jackson Heights and then as far west as E Road. And it's a bit scattered. It's not, once you get into these rural areas, there's not a ton of density. But all of the green and orange and blue locations are all a part of the grant request that we will submit if we're allowed to. Essentially, our goal will be to build fiber out of our existing network, put a handful in front of the location that's today underserved or unserved, and then build a drop to the house.
You connect this to each house.
Yep. Yeah. So
set up where the plugs, whether it's coax or whatever, you still use the copper.
we don't. So it'll all be fiber to the home. so we'll have some requirement in that, and we'll work closely with KVDM. So this kind of will show you then, that's Denison there as a, kind of goes up so you can see it where we already have fiber. So we're going out here and essentially getting most of these unserved areas that remain around the rural area east of Holton. Let's see. For fun, I'm gonna show you.
Yeah, for fun, show me.
So there's that, that's 246, you're 254?
Yep.
And then
Straight North Prairie Lake, right on that corner right there. Yep.
this one, or this
Nope,
one?
right there where you're at. Keep going left.
This one.
Bingo.
Okay, so see how this doesn't show you in the PFA?
Uh-huh.
That's because you're reported as a served location. Now, if I pulled this up and showed you, it would likely be a fixed wireless provider that's reporting you as served. So in the BDC, that big file, they're reporting what is the minimum for broadband in this grant program. Now, as part of the, I have these black dots, these served dots on here for a reason, and that's because the black dots are part of a bigger plan, right? So, yeah,
I'm on you guys wireless from the,
go up.
yeah, from the co-op, so, yeah.
Satellite dish.
No, it's a radio, it's called a radio, and you put a radio on the house, and the radio talks to the primary system that's on the top of the co-op.
Okay.
Using the spectrum that Johnny's got. So then,
And when you get done, I wanna ask you some questions.
Okay,
First
yeah.
about that, yeah, so go ahead.
Then you'll see the MEA PFA here. Again, you know, they removed a really large swath of this right here that was originally part of the plan, but it's been since been removed.
Show us Delia. Cause I know that was a topic a couple years ago.
Yeah, because Delia's got, costs coming in, I believe.
Yeah, they want a grant.
Yeah.
To build there. That's why you won't see,
So they're served.
they're
Will
considered
be
served.
served.
So if there's a grant that was awarded,
Yeah.
KOBD took that into consideration
Okay.
prior to.
Okay.
Well, I think didn't it go through northern Shawnee County and then extended into Jackson County?
Yeah.
Of Delia?
Yeah.
Okay.
Which that's why you see like kind of over here by Soldier, all of these dots aren't included. That's because of the RC3 grant that JVN won.
Oh, JVN, yeah.
So JVN's building all of this, the fiber, the town was already fiber. So the rubric. Did you have questions on that, Mark?
No. This was just something else to do with the wireless.
Okay.
I'll ask you afterwards.
Just to give an idea of what the scoring rubric looks like, this is what it is. There's a primary and secondary scoring category. Obviously, the biggest component to it's the beat outlay and then the total cost project funding, cost per passing is a piece of what is considered. However, there's a portion of that gets offset by the serving type, so fiber, wireless, etc. So they'll kind of run through that piece. Affordability, you can gain 15 points in the rubric if you have an affordability benchmark pricing package, which BEAD kind of requires you to do anyhow. So we'll have an affordability price point. Obviously, fair labor practices, something that's pretty regularly practiced regularly at John and JVN, of course. The technical piece, the scalability and resilience, that's something that they'll grade again a certain type against wireless or fiber, have their factors in that. Speed of deployment's obviously 9 points isn't really obviously a big percentage of the total, but there's some impact there depending on how quickly you can get it deployed. Obviously, because ours is full fiber plan, it would likely take us, the 3-4 years to complete. So
And all is gonna be buried, right, not on poles?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what's built into the plan.
Yeah.
We predominantly, anywhere but in our coax towns, are underground.
Okay.
It's the safest way to deploy it. And then you'll see that this is where I was telling you the local and tribal coordination, so the consulting, the meeting minutes is something that, they'll ask me for, and then letters of support. So that all contributes to the total collection of points. So that's the rubric. To give an idea of what the project looks like in terms of total subs that are impacted or locations, there's, you're gonna see in the grant, there's 549 locations that are impacted, and then there's the other locations that are included in the grant piece, which are 253 locations. So we're talking about almost 900 locations in Jackson County that will be impacted, which I think is a pretty big deal in rural Kansas. And then I've gone ahead and broke out for you what it looks like from a cost perspective. At least that's what we will submit. And then a lot of what we'll be working off of, as we start to talk about cost per passing and things like that, as I stated, fiber system is a higher cost point than what would be for some others. So there is, we've talked about this before, but as a reminder, it's a 75-25 grant, so county does obviously have to match 25% of the entirety of the project, which for us is the total project's $31 million across Jackson and Jefferson County. So that's what we'll submit for, in the hopes that we can help serve 1,800 locations across both counties. So I wanted to make sure I sort of was giving some explanation of what BEAD is, how it works, what the process looks like. But ultimately my ask is for the support of, the county and, the 7 points is important. As small percentage it may seem, the minutes and just a letter of support are super valuable. And additionally, not just for the program, but because there's impact in a relationship that's working well, and we understand what we're doing and can collectively sort of make an effort to make this happen.
You want us to draft the letter?
You can, or I can send a template.
That would be great.
If you send the template, that'd be great.
Yeah.
Send it to the clerk's office.
Yeah, well,
Who should I send that to? Is there a general email I should send it to?
Well, you can send it to, commissioners@jcoks.com.
Okay, I got that.
You want a motion on that then?
No, I don't think you need to,
Okay.
I guess who's gonna,
Okay.
ultimately drafted in, are you in a deadline on that? Is that?
So the application deadline is the 5th of December. I mean,
So let's just put it on the agenda for next meeting.
Well, Keith will be back in 2 weeks.
However you wanna do it.
Yeah, let's do that, 2 weeks. Keith will be back, that way he's engaged in the project as well. I think this is great. I think it's time,
Yeah.
underserved areas.
It's a big ask. There's a couple of ways that we could have gone about applying for the program. I made the active decision to make our plan fully fiber because I believe that from a future-proof scalability perspective, fiber makes that happen. So there, some more clarity on the program. It's certainly possible that KOBD could look at, for instance, the western Holton PSA and say, we'll fund this one and we'll fund Mayetta, but we're not going to fund the east one, right? So they can make some decisions like that. just simply based on who applies. I think it's gonna be interesting to see who applies, because there's a lot of resources required here, there's a lot of time and money spent on the front end that, we're really hopeful that we get to participate and hopeful that we win, but just know that it could change.
Show you.
You know, I think that's important for you guys to know that.
And also for the record here too, so you know, when we have our Kansas Association of Counties Convention, Office of Broadband is always there speaking. I always attend, because communication is something that I lived with for years, part of my background. I don't know if they did it last year or not, Mark, but they usually are there every year, every other year, and
I don't
always
think
try
they
to.
were there last year, I don't believe.
They probably weren't, but I've attended it before, took notes and everything, and asked questions, but, you know, I come from a communication background too, and fully support this.
Cool. Okay. Well, yeah, that was the full intent, again, just to provide some transparency in what we're doing, and want to make sure that you guys know we're trying to do our part to,
Yeah.
provide the type of service to the community that's, hopefully, it's the ultimate home upgrade if we can get it done in the rural areas of our counties. And you can do anything you can from 4 miles away outside of town that you could sitting right in town. It's a big deal.
It is a big deal, especially for those of us who, do get on and do quite a bit of work online, and
Right.
things like that. At least you didn't dial it, let's put it that way.
No doubt about it.
I don't wanna go back that way.
How do you work with those old systems that never a beast of town, and we had buried cable for telephone? How do you work with those that were put out there in the sixties and seventies and even maybe the eighties?
Yeah.
How do you still use the coax on those? Or do you have to totally dig it up and put new in?
So, like, at JDM, for instance, is
Yeah.
a great example. JDM has been around since '55. There's, copper that's in the ground since the '40s. That's still there, and we actively use in some instances because we have to.
Yeah.
But in the instance of Soldier, as an example, we will retire that plant, pull it out of the ground, so it'll be completely removed from property records and et cetera, et cetera. So we'll actually just yank it out of the ground.
I know Rainbow's east of town here in Jackson County, about Larkenburg area. I know they have Rainbow. We had Rainbow growing up as a kid on the farm, so I'm just curious about that.
Good friends of ours.
Yeah, I worked with them, even in radio, a cooperative program, with that plan, so, yeah.
What else? What other questions? Do you have any questions?
So I just have a personal one.
Okay, let's do it.
Out in the shop, is there any way that I can utilize do I have to go with an Orbi or something like that to reach it up there, or do I have to just put in a new?
So there's a couple of things that depends on. Well, how far away is the shop? 100 feet?
Yeah.
Okay, so we can do a couple of things. The best solution is just to have us bury a Cat 5 cable out there, Cat 6 cable from the house to the shop, and then basically you're extending your network out there.
Okay.
So it will plug into your router at the house, and you put a little router out there, and you can go.
Okay, that's all I need to know.
Okay.
Yep.
Get us a template, and we'll get you the minutes and everything, and when Keith back, sign off on all this.
All right.
All right, thank you.
I love it.
There
Thank
you go.
guys.
All right, thanks, Austin, appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
Good strategies there.
Sir?
You bet. Want to bring up the fact that we are scheduled to meet November 4th at 6 p.m. That is going to be very difficult because the clerk's staff will be busy with elections. It's the day before elections. I would entertain a motion.
We're supposed to meet that night.
That night.
For our nightly meeting.
Right. Entertain a motion to move that down the.
I'd make a motion that we move that to the 12th of November, Monday night, 6 p.m. here.
I'll second that. Any discussion? Then all in favor, we move it to the 12th at 6 p.m. We'll post it on our web page, and we'll identify it to the Holton Recorder as well. And all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Pass 2-0. Okay.
you guys need me around for anything else, or?
I don't see.
Can we get Kate back there for lunch, that way we can get these questions answered about that building permit? If we could,
What is it? I'm sorry.
that building permit for Jerry Nelson.
Right.
Oh,
The
I need
entrance?
some clarification on that.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
entrance.
But after that, you guys need me for?
I don't think so.
I don't see anything. We've got Kirk's coming in, then Nick's coming in, then Sean's coming in. So,
Solar
Yeah.
guys?
Yeah,
Solar things?
um,
Yeah, I just, well, I mean, it's
yeah,
right?
yeah.
That's fine.
He wants to give his 3 minutes.
Okay, well, you guys know that drill, so I'll just head on back and you're ready. You wanna look at this thing too, read up on this?
Yeah, I just need to step around for this, in case you got any questions.
Okay.
You said it's at 6, the night meeting, 6 to what
Yes,
time?
six on the 12th.
Until what time?
Usually go an hour.
Yeah. And last time was less because no one really showed up.
Yes, it was less.
September. Kind of curious of what the level of the lake is now, how much it's.
Dropped, yeah.
Yes.
Better?
Yeah. Part of the problem there is you've got close to 18 pulling water out of it all the time. And, it's used. And rarely does it stay at one level because it may rain, we get up to the level at, say, 50 inches. Well, they're pulling water out of it all the time and, distributing rural wise and city Holton too. Hello.
Hey, Kate. Okay, I got some questions on the Jerry Nelson building permit. Okay. On our application,
Yeah.
there is nowhere on there where it says anything about the driveway that is an existing driveway that we need something changed for KDOT.
Okay, but it does say an approval letter, we will need an approval letter.
For a new driveway entrance.
Okay, do you guys not want driveway approval from KDOT? I mean, this is a state highway entrance.
Right. But what he's referring to is there's already an
There's already a
existing.
driveway there.
It's a farm entrance, it's not a commercial
Okay,
entrance.
Where does that specify anywhere the difference?
Okay, so,
I looked in the
Right.
regs here,
right,
and they don't talk about that. It says the governing body, which would be the commission, can approve
Right.
that. Correct?
well, in the regulations, there are, in the comprehensive plan, yes, there are spots in
No,
there.
this is in the zoning regs.
Yeah, I know, Article
Okay.
28.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it says that you guys can change whatever you want essentially in the regulations of the comprehensive plan.
But this is property that, is the driveway on the highway right away?
The driveway's on the highway right now. As far as the KDOT approval, Jerry got a hold of KDOT long before he even came to the planning commission and began the process. Steve Allen and, yeah, you know
I
all this.
mentioned that he's gonna need septic approval and he's gonna need KDOT entrance approval.
Yep.
And a survey, and I said probably best to have that all done before you have your meeting with the planning commission.
Right.
So, cause they're gonna have questions, and I always tell them that, they're gonna have questions about that. And at the meeting, Judd said that, they had spoken with KDOT and they didn't see any issue with it, but they were gonna have to do, a traffic study on it for a business. And I asked Jerry, give me the guy's name, I can call him and see if he would approve it. And he said he would not approve it until they did the study on it. So I think that's kind of why that's in place in our regulations, because if KDOT doesn't approve that entrance, and that entrance cannot exist or has to move somewhere else, and their site plan has to change drastically, would that not have to go back before the planning commission if we're talking about even a different location?
Sure, it would,
Because
but
what I put in the paper is the location for that survey.
Okay?
So, and I'm sure that no one would care, I mean, people that care, he was there and had questions about the entrance.
What is
So,
the difference between a zoning compliance certificate and a building permit?
they're both the same.
They're both the same? Okay. I think that honestly, from what I'm reading here in both this and this, you had said something about maybe having to change language. If we need to change language in there to where it specifically says for an existing driveway, but right now when it says a new driveway, that to me is they're gonna take and go off the highway for a new driveway. I was out there on Thursday and looked at and looked at where the proposed building is and looked at the driveway entrance. And I'm not a state engineer, but from the pictures that I took, from the video that I took of the cars coming in and out from staying in the driveway entrance, there's clear view for, 3/4 of a mile to a mile each way. There is, I mean, I don't know that.
If KDOT hesitates to just send me a letter saying that it looks good, if they're hesitating and say they won't do it, then
They won't do it because
how
their
are we gonna feel
regulations.
comfortable saying that it's all okay?
I don't believe that they will do it because their regulations say that they have to have a traffic study done before they will do it.
This is
So when the two engineers that were out there said, we don't see any problem, but we gotta jump through the hoops. But where this specifically states a new driveway, it doesn't say a new driveway for a business if you're changing it from a farm to this or that or the other thing. So I mean,
That's just what we've done in the past, and everyone else has been able to do that for us. And I have a permit that was out there on 75, which is far more traffic.
yep.
They got an approval from KDOT. I got that letter prior to issuing their building permit. So it's not like I'm doing all the steps that we've done in the past. So I know that there was this urgency to get this done like immediately, and there has been this urgency through this entire process to skip some things or jump ahead of
And
things.
we nipped that in the bud, right? We nipped that in the bud.
Okay, I understand that. If you guys wanna change whatever, if you say that you wanna go ahead and approve this for his project, that's up to you. That's not my call.
I think there's a question here that we're not getting at this fact that, there's a difference here because that highway right of way is owned by the state. It's not a right of way. There's no underlying interest that the landowner has in any part of what belongs to KDOT. So there is no request that they can make to approve anything on KDOT property as a landowner. If what we're talking about is a part of a drive or whatever that is on, that is on the highway that they bought, that the state bought, their go-ahead is essential because they're the owner of that property.
Right, well, what I'm saying is the driveway is already there. It is an established driveway that's been there forever and always.
It doesn't matter. You cannot obtain rights to a owned piece of state property by prescriptive easement. They don't have the right.
We're not trying to do that. How are we trying to do that? It's already there.
Well, I'm saying it doesn't matter. KDOT could mow it, I could plow it under tomorrow if they wanted to, and that landowner would be without recourse because they don't own underlying ground. They don't own the ground that it's on. They are completely a licensee by site, which means every right they have to go from their property line to wherever that highway is.
Well, if you're gonna argue that, then consequently, if on any county road that's along a state highway or along a federal highway, they can come through and take out the county road entrance.
Well, the county road is different because usually those are dedicated as right of ways. I'm telling you, the state of Kansas bought everything from the surface of it. They bought it in fee simple down at the center of the earth.
Right.
And I looked this up because I had a case with number 3 on I-16. Highway.
That's what this one is going out.
Yeah. Because that was, the guy had a drive that came off his property and on and across KDOT's property. And he said the district messed up the drive. And I basically responded to court, it's not his property.
Wait a minute, say that again, who messed up the drive?
The water district, he said the water district, when they installed the line under, they tore up his driveway.
Okay.
Well, they tore up the driveway on state's property, not on his property, but the state.
Correct.
And the state wasn't there, the guy who owned the property joining that said, he did that, I went to the judge and said, he doesn't own this property. He doesn't have a right to sue anybody about tearing up state property. And the judge agreed, and he threw it out.
I'll agree with you on that, I'll agree with you on that all day long. But we're talking about two different things here.
Okay.
We're talking about two different things here. We're talking about a driveway that has been established forever and always on the state right of way. Okay? It's been established there forever and always. Well, we're not talking about anybody tearing anything up or doing anything like that.
I would say.
The state's not gonna come through and say, move the driveway from where it is right now. And I can guarantee you, I'll guarantee you that, Todd, because there is, from going out and checking property, looking at the property, there is nowhere else, anywhere close to where that driveway is, that for the safety of the public, for the safety of the traffic, for safety of people coming in and out of that field, is going to be anyplace else.
Yeah, and I'm trying to figure out if what you're asking for is the clearance of the landowner to a zoning change or approval.
It's already been approved by the planning commission.
They approved it.
The state of Kansas. The state of Kansas is the owner of where that driveway is. Did they approve this change, whatever that's going on?
The zoning change?
Not the zoning change, the location, isn't that the problem?
They approve the usage of the existing entrance.
Yeah.
Basically, what,
Well, that's all they have the right to.
I'm sure it's been approved years and years and years and years ago.
But he wasn't willing to give me an approval letter even based on that.
And like I said, I'm sure the state wouldn't do that because of the way that, the state operates.
What does the state operate? They don't.
The state operates very slowly and jumps through the hoops, but all I'm saying is, right here in our zoning regs, it does not say anything about existing or existing driveway. It states new driveway. This is not a new driveway.
I know, but I had that conversation with him prior to all of this, when I told him I'll need to get with KDOT to get that entrance approval.
Because I think that he stated that in here before he went to the planning commission, and he stated that at the planning commission.
We'll need that acceptance letter from KDOT. We'll need that acceptance letter from Northeast Kansas. These are all things that would have to be in place before we issue a building permit, and that's just to safeguard the county too, that we have followed all these steps. And
I'm saying, if we need to change the language in there, I'm more than willing to, tell the planning commission to change the language, because specifically right now, it says new driveway, and that's not what we're dealing with.
I don't think the planning commission has anything to do with the building permit instructions. They have never had anything to do with the building permit application or instructions. So that's you guys thing.
That's a building inspector.
Well, like I said, I got this on Thursday, and I'm reading through it, trying to figure out what the heck's going on. I'm looking at the zoning regulations there, and that's the only thing I can see in there is that 28. And it's just like we're trying to make this harder and harder for people to build here in the county, and trying to make it harder and harder for a business, if you want to say that this is a commercial project, so that throws it into another level for this. I don't get it.
Let's look at adding a new or existing. But don't you agree that either the county, Road and Bridge, would have to approve an entrance onto the property?
Onto a county road, yes.
Or KDOT, which is by far has more regulations on their highways.
But that's what I'm saying. We may be splitting hairs. We're saying the same thing, but we're splitting hairs because I'm still getting back to a new or existing driveway. If KDOT didn't like the driveway for the last 40 years, they would have gotten rid of it.
That's still not on me, though.
No,
That's
I
still
know.
not on the county. They would have to give us some sort of acceptance letter saying even that old existing farm entrance is fine. I I mean, anything from KDOT saying it's fine. I mean, that's just a liability for the county. If we're issuing building permits and they don't have any access and then they have to move things, then that's gonna come back on the county. We didn't follow the required steps to ensure that they could build there. And they've spent all this money to get it there. Well, this is like one of the first initial steps that you have to do to make sure that you can build on this property.
Okay.
Is entrance.
Like I said, we're agreeing on that, I'm not disagreeing
So
with
then
you.
it's just changing verbiage on that, right?
Well, you got.
Yes, but the
the-
verbiage now does not say that.
So is that gonna limit us from being able to,
I mean, you can be very technical about the zoning code, which means that essentially you answer the questions that the landowner asks. And if you want that kind of, idea, you get there. I mean, what I mean is, they say, okay, I've got this is my setup, here's where my driveway is right now, and is that good? Yeah, that's good. And then next week, they're driving through it and somebody stops them and says, we're tearing this out of the state of Kansas, you don't have permission to be on this plot. And they say, well, I applied to the county, and the guys at the state will say, yeah, well, when you apply to the county, big deal, this is our land. I mean, I'm comparing it to the fact that, let's change it, they're going through your property to get to the highway.
Mm-hmm.
And
You've
you've allowed that for years. And then suddenly they decide to build up everything and go nuts, and they say, well, let's get our zoning change, we approve the zoning change, but we don't talk to you at all. And then you come out there and you see them building, ramps and all kind of gewgaws on there, and you say, well, what the hell happened? I didn't say you could do that, and you would, and the guy would say, look at my county permit, I get to do this. And your answer is, well, it's my land. You didn't get my permission to be on my land and do this. And that's what the state could say if you don't get that. And if you want to let people get trapped by that, that's fine.
You're not doing anything with the state right of way other than continuing to use the driveway that's been there for God knows how long.
Which I'm telling you, legally, they have no right to do.
Well, here we go. Why don't we fire off a letter to KDOT asking for approval that.
Kate's already told him, they said he won't do it till he gets the traffic study. But, so here's, okay, so can, let me ask this.
We're at their mercy.
We're trying to, no, I still don't believe that. I will argue that one
so,
for a long time, but that's just me. So, let me ask you this. He's wanting to get some piers in the ground because they're gonna have set up for 2 weeks before they get 2 weeks or more before they can ever start building on the lot. Is putting piers in the ground gonna kick it out of the revitalization? Not curbing, not foundation,
no,
piers.
we've already been out and determined that hasn't been anything started.
No, I know, so what I'm saying is, if he wants to put piers in the ground right now, before that's done, because so KDOT comes by and says, no, we're not gonna let you, then they're only at cost of piers. Is that gonna kick him out of the revitalization? Is that going to affect his building permit?
Would that kick him out of the revitalization? I don't think so.
Okay, that's what I'm asking.
But that would be a determination by you, with the three
Sure.
of you as well.
But that's what I'm asking. So, can we tell him to go ahead and put his piers in the ground so they can get set up? So when this comes through in 2 weeks or 3 weeks, the piers are there, ready to go, and then just put the building up and get it enclosed?
If you guys think that that's okay, and you know the resolution to the neighborhood revitalization.
Right.
Right? We've been out there. We have our date that we went out and said nothing has started. The only thing that we don't have for the neighborhood revitalization is the building permit.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Well, that's what I'm saying. So with that, I want your opinion, Kate. That's all I'm asking for, your opinion. Would that constitute building, putting concrete piers in the ground and having them sit there ready to go when the
yes,
building permit is
foundation
issued?
work.
If you've got a situation where they're asking for a permit, you're not issuing the permit, is that right?
Not issuing the permit until we have
Okay.
the approval.
And if they put the piers in, or you give them any kind of tacit permission to put the piers in, you're granting, you're giving them the best interest in the right of use of property in fashion.
The
You're basically approving the building.
The concern always is, if something happens along the line and they can't build there, then it's gonna come back on us if we just grant the permit, right?
Well, I don't think I'm worried about them coming back on us in any particular way, other than the fact that there's, you know, the political PR aspect. I don't think there's a liability aspect to this. I think there is a, well, you know, they don't, we go to the county to ask these things, and they don't tell you about the tricks. And they'll put you in bond, because they'll tell you how it's, if Kansas owning that ground, and they have to do this, that, and the other thing. And that we did all this stuff, we built this place up, and we can't get the driveway to work, because the state doesn't let us. And somehow that is brought against you guys verbally, just as a, it's not a liability.
Honestly, we probably are a little bit at fault as far as the county, because that first time they went in for the, didn't have a quorum? Was the first time it was us?
That wasn't his.
That wasn't theirs?
No.
Okay.
No, he came in right after the meeting with you all to bypass and.
Yeah.
And
Which we
we
totally
got it
know.
set up and it was that next month.
Okay.
Yeah.
How long's the traffic count exist?
It was gonna be like 30 days until we got that done.
Do you think they got it done now?
No.
They haven't started.
I don't think they're doing it until next week.
But there again, I'm just bamboozled. I understand your argument about it's a state right of way. But there had to have been some kind of an agreement in there to get the driveway in the first place, right?
Well, if there is, it should be recorded in the Register of Deeds office. If there is any type of agreement or rule, and that would be something that could be looked up, through the Register of Deeds. So, I mean, that's my only thing, is can the state of Kansas grant somebody an easement? Of course they can. It's just that you can't get it just by putting it in yourself, right?
No, and like I said, I understand that 100%. But
So we might be pretty sure about this. I'm assuming that they don't have a piece of paper in the Register of Deeds office saying that entrance is an easement they can grant. If they have, then they could say, essentially, shove it, Kansas, because we don't have to have traffic study, because you granted us this.
Well, because here's the point. They've had that entrance there, and they also had another entrance that was down the hill by the homestead that they got rid of because it was a dangerous entrance. They bulldozed it in and closed the fence, and the state said we'll never get it back, and they said we don't want it back. So that's what I'm saying. In my opinion, there's got to be something somewhere that says, yeah, they granted access for that driveway on top of the hill where you can see the 3/4 of a mile.
The example I gave you here is, I did that research, and there was nothing in there that granted this little right to have the drive, where you did with water district tore it up.
Yeah.
There was nothing, and that meant that he had no recourse.
Where do we go from here? Let's just
Well, you
decide
want-
what do we do? Do we appeal to the state, which we already have, and ask them to do the traffic? They have decided they're going to do a traffic count, correct? I mean,
It's a traffic study. I don't know.
Traffic study, okay. I agree with what you're saying, but I think that there could be kickback of this where the state says, we want something totally new. We have to run the process. That's the way I look at it. And I know it's an
I know they were wanting to do this fast, I understand.
Yeah.
It's just that that's.
And unfortunately, our hands are tied because of the state.
Well, and I think what I would say is you owe them, whichever way you go in this, you owe them that explanation of why you're doing what you're doing. Meaning, you say to them, we're approving this despite the fact that the state has not approved or done anything or approved this use. So that you understand that if the state comes back and says no, or says anything different, that's your problem.
Yeah.
And I think you're open about that. I don't have a heartburn about it. I think that's where you say, you put it on them to say, this is how it works. Or you say, listen, we don't set people up to have their situation turned back on them. We're telling you this is why, we're checking this out because the landowner has an interest in this and we think they need to have buy-in. And an investment of this time, make sure you won't get hampered later. And either one of those, to my mind, is justified in this circumstance. Either you say, there's we're not gonna comment on that, and you understand that our approval doesn't mean anything to them. And if they shut you down, that's your problem. Or if you wanna go through this process and know when you're building, if you're good with KDOT, this is how it gets done.
I think our hands are tied here. I think we have to wait on KDOT, and I don't like it either.
I still don't agree with that. I mean, like I say, I'll disagree on that all day long, just specifically because what we're talking about, how it reads, you know, and if Jerry understands that, you know, that you're gonna issue a building permit, but it might get shut down, fine and dandy, who cares? It's on him. See what I'm saying with KDOT? But I can guarantee you, from going, looking, standing on the highway and looking both ways with my video and the width of the driveway and everything else, this is not gonna be anything that's gonna shut down. It's not a 10-foot tube, hell, it's 24-foot wide, it looks like, up there on top of it.
But right out of the regs say you're supposed to get this approval.
For a new driveway.
Yeah, well, that's the interpretation, right?
State access control, and it says if a new driveway entrance is proposed to be located upon a state highway, Kansas Department of Transportation, KDOT, review and approval is required. A zoning compliance certificate will not be issued until submission of a highway entrance permit approved by KDOT has been received. And it gives contact KDOT.
Yeah, I mean, read strictly, if it's, you know, again, with the warning and the caveat, you guys don't control, if it's an existing driveway, you guys don't control what KDOT does. They understand that, then I don't see how that applies, because it's not, by all intents and purposes, it's not a new driveway, right?
Right, it's not a new driveway.
But that's where you're, you know, that's where this muddle part of it is because you're basically, you're saying, we technically, under our regs and everything's approved, you're taking a risk. We don't want to hear it.
And that's what I say, if we need to change this to where it says,
Full driveway.
an existing driveway, there will need to be this done, you know, also, but right now, that is not what it says. And that's where I'm getting at. It doesn't say that. It says a new driveway, not proposed, not anything else. It's there, been there for years. So, you know, and I understand you check with the register of deeds, we check with the register of deeds, see if there's anything up there. I don't know.
That'd be my thoughts. Check the register of deeds, see if they've got an approval of any kind in existence for the drive as it is right now. And then your guys' choice on, policy choice, approve it or not approve it. I say if you approve it, then you said that it has to be with the caveat stated that they understand that you're not guaranteeing them any point of exit or entry on.
With a letter stating.
From you?
That's what I was gonna say, letter from Todd stating that and stating it is not on the county, it's not anything to do with us, if the state doesn't approve it. But there again, like I say, I can't see them not approving it, especially when they have the two engineers says, yeah, this is the best place for it, and, you know.
And then next Monday, I'll have a new set of, instructions saying if a new or existing driveway.
There you go.
This is what you need to do.
That's what we need in there. I think it has to be that, and I would put on there for, the driveway entrance off County Road also. I'd put that in there, a newer existing, it still has to be looked at by Jackson County Road and Bridge, because if they wanted to go in there on a 10-foot tube, well, that wouldn't work, you know.
And that's just the thing, any driveway, if it's a new house, if it was a farm entrance, it's a different use. Different types of vehicles are gonna be accessing
Sure.
that.
No, I understand.
So, we require road and bridge, approval letter.
Yep. And look, like with this one here, hell, there ain't even a tube up there, cause it's right up on top of the hill, well, it's just go flat off the highway straight in.
Oh,
And actually, it goes, the driveway turns in and turns and drives up along the fence line for 20 yards before they turn into the field. So, you know, like I said, I'm of the opinion, check road and bridge, or check, road register deeds, see if there's anything up there.
I'm sure there's not.
And there, might not be, but then if we could have that letter this afternoon, Todd?
What?
We have that letter this afternoon? Maybe?
Well, Yeah,
Or tomorrow, so you can get it to Kate, so she can give him a call,
yeah,
and come in and
give
sign
me,
it, 'cause I want a
yeah,
copy
give me
of it.
some back, who am I sending it to? Maybe just a permit, just so I can see.
Yeah.
And reference permit number.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'll get it
Okay,
right now.
we done? You fine with that?
Yep.
Okay. It's 12:07, we'll be back at 1 o'clock, we have a 1 o'clock meeting, and oh, yeah, it is like 4 o'clock, right? Like that, of course, I start laughing. Anyway, it's fun. We're gonna do one, next week, the Heights.
Good.
So they have a literacy program.
Mm-hmm.
Your kids go there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna ask you, Amaya,
Yes.
where does she go? She showed us pictures of all the water. Is that Chicago?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought it was.
Maybe.
Well, you know that.
I mean, she's been.
Gendry, one of her family members, I think. And I saw that. Where is that? I thought it was Chicago. I didn't think it was New York.
Yeah,
But, you know, she's having fun, it looks like.
She went to Chicago, Oregon, Vegas, went to the Ozarks,
Man. Where'd she go in Oregon?
somewhere else, I don't remember.
We don't remember.
No.
We went out and watched Michelle run.
I mean, she was near Portland.
Right after school, right after the NFL draft, because their quarterback got drafted. We went to see Nike does all the stadium. We went out there. The food was, okay, the river was really cool, but, Eugene.
They were somewhere near Portland, but I don't
Yeah.
know the exact town.
Marcia had been to Portland because her sister lived there, but I had never been to Oregon. And that's off one of my 3-4 states past Mississippi that I've not been to. So we did. Then she qualified for the Boston Marathon. We're going to Boston next spring. And yesterday she won the, what it's called, it's 10 man in Portland, Texas. All women, she beat all women.
Awesome.
We'll be back in a second.
Yeah, back in session, get ready to say. So, hi Mary.
Mary?
Is Todd here today?
Yeah, this morning.
Did he, do you know if he looked at that agreement for the online deal?
I have no idea. It was an exciting morning, so I'm not
Yeah.
sure.
I don't know anything about it. Okay. I
Well,
didn't have
yeah.
anything in the basket.
Was it the increase in your subscriptions?
Yeah, well, we're wanting to mail them out Friday, but I wanted him to have time to look at the,
Can we?
so I could
Yeah.
just email him or something.
That'd be great.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. That's okay. No help.
So Kurt's not gonna be here, and Nick's not gonna be here, and Sean will be here at 3:30.
Yep.
And he works somewhere, you say?
In Topeka, so he couldn't come in till the end of the day.
Okay. Thank you.
Which I hope he gets here, because I have to leave by like 3:45, so.
Yeah, sure. Anything new that you saw? Nor I.
No. Like I said, I just gotta start working again on, I was this morning, during recess, so I've gotta start working on the information for Chapley. I just about got it done.
Information for?
About the mill levy and the.
Oh, sure.
Just about got it done, it's not quite where I want it to be, I'm trying to double check all my figures, that might.
Did you look through these? Carol?
No.
Do you look at?
I did not.
Okay. Usually Kristie will, because I'll ask her if there's anything out of it.
I did not look at them.
Okay.
I just carried them downstairs.
There you go.
What is this? This is, something's not right here.
seen Cindy in this.
But that's all it is, we don't get paid till Friday.
I was gonna say, well, I thought that was early before Friday. Okay, makes sense.
She's still working on payroll here, but that's just.
Okay, that makes sense. Well, I don't know what to go back.
Well, the people who've been here the longest get the most money.
I see that.
Next time.
Are you using it?
Yeah, everybody qualifies.
Okay. Okay. That's, I got you. Let's set payroll,
Yeah, they got paid out on Friday.
this did,
Yes,
the incentive pay.
yes.
Okay, thanks.
They used to always do it with paper checks,
Yeah,
but
it's,
we have all these people who don't cash them and they sit out there, so they need a
okay.
deposit now.
Part of that. This goes on the W-2s, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. We're getting to the point of where there's not that many longevity versus, didn't we get a couple years ago, that if you were hired after a certain point in time, you didn't qualify? Do you remember that?
I don't hear that.
Okay. Do you remember? You may have been on. If you hire in after a certain time frame, whatever year it is, January first of this next year, you do not qualify for the same pay.
I don't know anything about that. I know.
Maybe that's just involved.
I know all the time.
I've known her ever since she was a little girl. She lived across the street from my grandma growing up. Her and her sister and her brother. I didn't think the adult communication went through us on longevity. I thought this is their own entity.
I don't know. I don't know anything about them. They weren't here when I was here last.
They came after you left.
Yeah. They're probably funded through their grant.
They are. And it's, they have a separate board.
So they probably just go along with our
Okay.
stuff.
Okay.
We would guess.
Okay. I mean, I understand payroll, because we do all the payroll work, but I was curious. I didn't know about longevity. Ready for your signature. What do you think about setting up a foundation?
Thank you, sorry.
Not a problem. Gifting foundation.
For the county?
Yeah. I wonder if there are any out there. KAC or not KAC?
He's not coming in, he cancels.
Nick did?
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
All
alright,
Yeah,
but
that's
I don't
okay.
wanna let you hang around until then.
They just let me know that they canceled.
No.
Well, hope you have a great rest of your day.
Did,
Oh, I'll be back in.
Okay. We've got time. You are a taxpayer in the county.
Man.
Yes, we have time.
Okay.
Well, I didn't put together the most cohesive of.
Sure.
Give me just a second.
And who's this gentleman behind you? I'll get you. It was full. We've had a couple council issues.
So obviously I'm regulations, this is why I'm in the
Sure. Yeah.
So what I did is, this is my house.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the energy, free state, 1 megawatt solar array on this pretty much, it's Norfolk County.
Where's it?
Norfolk County.
We got a little settled up in Shawnee County.
It stands
I don't know where it's at.
to the west side of, Topeka, basically where the KSNT station is.
The what?
KSNT station. It's
Oh,
right in
sure.
that.
Yeah, I didn't know
your
that.
last name is Thompson, I talked to him from first
Yes,
up.
Rachel.
Yeah, alright, I just put a face, name, and this your husband?
This my husband, Mike.
So have you, this is just kind of off the beaten path here.
Yeah.
Did your grandparents or parents used to have a little store out that way?
I grew up in the house over there.
Alright.
What do we?
Well, because there was a, I think there was a Thompson right out in that area that used to have a little store just up, north off 24, like a little farmer's market type store.
My Thompson lineage didn't.
Alright, well, I had to ask, but like I said, I remember that from years.
Well, there's a Compton hardware store in Muskota, the big town of Muskota. Then they moved to Horton.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Well, I'll let you get back here.
I married a Texan and drove north, so. But, this is actually the view from my yard, looking at, and it's about a mile and a third.
From your house.
Between my house and then this.
Okay.
And then there's a house here, there's houses
Sure.
all here, there's a new build right there, all Right.
Oh, their tower?
Yeah.
Okay, I got you.
And then what I did is I did populations of communities
Uh-huh.
in the county. I did it over time, and then broke down rural population of the population of the county.
We're shrinking or growing?
We're steadily growing. This is the rural population growth from
Okay.
2000 to 2022. That's based off of the census. So this is, I guess this is, I know that the train's earlier in Southwest Jackson, but this is from a, we're at the bottom here.
Sure.
Looking up, and obviously there's, you
Yeah.
can't see anything.
These are in the bottom still? Call Valley?
No, that's,
Or Hill Ground?
no, that's Hillground.
Okay, because this is a really high dollar bottom.
Oh, yeah.
And then, I think,
Super fertile.
what I understood of this, they prefer Hill Ground. You know, Lawrence maybe, they have a farm that's part of the bottom ground down there at Lawrence, but most everything I've seen is Hill Ground.
Now, Evergy's the one that's about operating sewer now.
Okay. So, okay.
So
This is Free State?
That's Free State Evergy.
Oh, it is.
It'll be everything,
And I believe that you are actually looking at, let me find it here in the
Free
regular.
State did the one by Oskaloosa too, right?
Yeah, I've got that picture, I have pictures, so I stopped and looked at that and listened to their transformers and,
So it's this one. It's the power solar side on the lot.
okay,
With Conway.
okay.
And then I took pictures. They got a lot of grass between the, and we can stop and listen to it because the panels were moving over there, so it's moving.
There's where that's been a couple years ago maybe. That's south of Oskaloosa.
Yeah.
And berms and vegetative grass. And it's not very noisy either. I think my car was probably noisy.
We had to turn the people off just to be able to hear the panels move.
Yeah, I'm in the listening phase, of course.
So I guess that's all I had put together before, just from personal experience, we do live, I think, from Google Earth, it looks like it's about 12 to 15 acres.
Uh-huh.
And that's obviously because they did what they did, but, yeah.
Well, where's your land?
Your
Yeah.
your main question for right now was about the, ranges from cities?
Correct.
Yeah, but I was just trying to find it in here real quick while
Yeah,
I.
it's on page 7, I think.
7?
2 or 3B. Bottom page.
Okay, yeah. See, project 2 miles, and then this one within 3 miles of the city limits of any city. Okay.
That's why I would just review the development's obviously happening. And able to happen. I don't know how much of a deterrent it would actually be to her.
Okay.
Obviously, it's not a huge visible deterrent. Okay, well, like I said, I didn't get on the agenda because I didn't have time to put my thoughts together and.
Can we keep these?
Absolutely.
Thank you. We understand your opinion.
I appreciate you listening.
And like I said, nothing is set in stone, you know, and so this is, just something all for discussion before we go forward with the planning commissions, and then they can, you know, as I talked to you the other day, they could change something in there and send it back to us, and, you know, kind of go back and forth for a while, but yeah. That's something to look into, and we'll see what we can come up with.
All right, well, thank you for your
All right,
time.
thank you very much.
Appreciate you coming in.
Have a great day. Happy
Yeah.
Halloween.
See you guys.
Most everybody's canceled.
Really?
Yeah.
So,
They just impromptu.
nothing else left?
One more at 3:30 for
Interview.
Planning commission.
Yeah, planning commission interview. Sure.
Made a copy of that statute.
Yeah. Thank you.
I've watched real close, they've skirted it. But this is because planning commission
Yeah.
decided to vote up on open meeting law.
Yeah. Open record. Yeah.
Yeah. This says, because he mentioned he had made a request under coma for notice,
because of, the fact that he had hired an attorney to go through the Attorney General to come to us, to our attorney that we recommended because of ethics stuff.
Smith man.
Oh, Mr. Smith, the big fella.
No, that was,
Oh, the direct logs.
yeah.
No. He made a request to
We
see.
supplied.
Made a request for an agenda.
Yeah.
We've supplied.
And now you
No,
have, he claimed he wasn't supplied, and we are required to do that.
Well, he
But
did,
this
this says.
that would be the clerk's office, and if they, we need to talk to Kristie about that, see if he is on the list, because, yeah, that's, you're correct, yeah.
Because this says, the law does not require the public be allowed to speak or have an item placed on the agenda.
Yep.
Otherwise, it even allowed him to speak.
Yeah.
That's a copy I made.
Thank you.
And as far as the request for notification for meetings, we'd have to talk to Kristie on that and see if he is on the list, and because she's very good about sending that thing out, she's got a list of stuff.
But I heard that and I thought,
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
I think he has to be notified.
Yeah, if he requests to be notified, yes. Same as Mr. Hoffman is requested to be notified, and he is notified,
He lives in this.
We sat right
the
here.
one that was right in.
We sat right here with a little green hat. Video.
That's Michael Urban or
Yeah.
Irvine or whatever his name is, I apparently I
Yes,
pronounced it.
Lawrence, some podcast, Lawrence News, Free News,
Yeah.
whatever. I don't know.
You sure you, a little green hat?
Had a green shirt on, I think.
Oh, I don't remember the shirt, but had a little green hat, he sat right there and
That was
had
it.
his camera forward.
From Lawrence.
Yeah.
Because he said, you hate me, don't you? I said, what?
He turned around and talked to you, and said, you said.
No, because I was
Oh.
coming in the door.
Okay.
He was standing right there.
Okay.
And he said, you hate me, don't you? I don't even know who you are. I said, you don't know who I am? I said, are you a client? I said, no. I said, I have no need to know who you are. That was the end of that.
Yeah, there was a request of our ordinances or rules about standing in the doorway or standing around, and they wanted a copy of that, didn't they?
Yep,
They asked
which
that.
we gave it to him when we got him up.
Yeah, so we have
We've complied.
complied, I think.
Well, I have dictated the letter. I'll share it with you.
Thank you. Welcome aboard to the planning, planning or zoning, or both, planning.
Planning.
Planning, welcome aboard. That get the,
Gonna have a lot of
social
stuff.
media right after
Yeah.
was announced.
He turned to me and said, well, I see you use your politics to get on the planning commission. I said, did you file an application? He looked at me like.
We chose some applications.
See ya.
Thank
Have a
you.
good day.
Catch
Thank
you
you.
later.
You can, have him make a copy of that for us.
Yeah.
Put you up for the record.
Yeah.
Nonprofit foundations benefiting counties.
Schools are starting to do one of those. Washburn Rural has a specific individual that goes out and collects donations. And I thought, high schools or school districts, that's pretty clever.
I don't know how you could. I just don't know.
It'd be similar to.
Okay, hang on.
It's there in the.
Nonprofit foundations that benefit Kansas counties, 501c3s.
Yeah. And then sewer.
501c3 foundation that supports charitable giving requests in the counties of Lyon, Chase, Greenwood, and Osage County, Coffee, and Walton. That would not really be it. Hutchinson Community Foundation. only one that really looks like it might be something like for us, would be for the, like the Hutchinson Community Foundation, early childhood, family economic success, arts and culture, and health and human services. So that kind of might be along that line.
Ben Swearingen is for scholarships
Yep.
and those in need. And we had 8 recipients for college scholarships last year, now specifically to K-State. So,
For the Ben Swearingen.
yes, but it was like $500 each.
Yeah.
Kids going to K-State. I don't know if you've been paying attention to the cross-country and track girls and boys up here. We have 3 girls that are going to state in cross-country, 1 boy.
The team is, the girls' team.
That's right, they qualified for first time in 30 years or something.
Yeah.
Well,
Hey, Don,
Uh-oh, I'm called to the
you got
principal's.
caught.
Called to the principal's office.
You got caught.
you want to get one to keep.
You were asking me the other day about the,
I think I got it answered, I
Okay.
heard her talk to you, she said something about it.
okay, yeah, because that, if I'm looking at this right now, yeah. Because we were talking about the 20 acres, or we were talking about
Yeah.
200 acres? The 20,
The 20 was the main one.
okay, the
I
20 is
listened.
for the limited scale solar.
Gotcha.
Okay, so like if the hospital wants to go out and put up, solar panels out here for the hospital, or for the industrial park out there.
I don't
That
know
would
if
be
that's the
limited
best
to
term,
20.
I ran across something on the internet called limited, I can't remember what it's called now, it wasn't limited scale, it wasn't all those words, but it was, and I think what it had to do with is disrupting the land as little as possible.
Right.
I can't remember what it was called, but I just remember the word limited.
Okay.
That threw me off a little bit. If I find it, I'll maybe print off something.
Because most of the, I think the idea is they're required to obtain a special use permit for any limited or commercial scale, purpose and intent, creative process permit development, and it says something down here, I'm sorry. Towards the County Planning Commission, any county officer or other employee shall consider the following in addressing any application: visual impact on wildlife, preservation of prime agricultural soils and protecting farming activities, culture, water. So they would have to go through the same, they'd have to jump through the same hoops as the commercial would also.
Yeah,
So,
that makes sense.
and then, was it, somebody was asking me, and I thought maybe it was you, about the, maybe I saw it online, one of the misinformation sites,
Yeah.
something about that we could put up, you know, 'cause, right now we've limited it in this to 2,000 acres countywide, no matter what. And somebody was putting in there, well, yeah, take a jump, they can jump 10 acres and put in another 2,000 and up to blah, blah, blah. No, that's not it. It is 2,000 acres, no more, that's it.
Yeah.
So if you have 1,000 acre one here and you have 1,000 acre one here, that's all there is. So,
I was approached, by one of the, gallery individuals and said, hey, look, I need to know more information. I'm not totally against it, but I just
Well-
need to know more information.
I think
well, once you get these done,
Yeah.
then, you know, that's when it will be
next
out
year
there.
does want to have a
Town hall,
you know, that town hall about economic impact.
Sure. Well, I heard there was a study out, but I haven't seen it. Yeah, this person said, hey, I've got those in my house.
Yeah.
So I said, well, information has not been put out there. So,
And there are different types of panels.
yeah. Well, and I'm gonna contact Kansas State Engineering Department, because we've visited the last couple of years and the professors out there. There's a need to know what's in it. I've heard silver, I've heard it's aluminum, aluminum. I've heard it's also like a windshield that they shatter, they just don't blow away. Because one guy approached me the other day, he said, will they contaminate the rivers, the creeks, the ponds? And what if the livestock eats it or drinks it or somehow? I don't know the answer, but, you know, engineers do. And where are the companies made too? I mean, are they made in China? Are they made in Corpus Christi, Texas?
Sure, they are made in China, but what isn't made in China?
But there are plants here, now things aren't big enough scale yet.
Yeah.
To produce enough of them, at least what I've read.
Yeah.
Again, I'm not sure to speak like an expert, but that's just what I've read.
Right.
The one thing I did, I don't know if you guys saw it, you know, again, we have a biologist through the extension office, through K-State. I always wondered if it would be a good idea to say the biologist has to sign off on that piece of land.
Yeah.
Piece of land that goes through it. That would be a lot of asking.
As far as for.
Well, for wildlife.
Yeah,
Or
we've got
yeah,
native grasses.
That's an ecological study that we have, in there. And also with, domestic or Native American burial grounds.
Yeah.
That has to be in there too.
That's gonna go through your feds
Kansas.
on that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, we do have something in there, I don't see it right now, as far as.
Ecological, I think it's stated, yeah.
Ecological, stuff, but as far as the native grasses, we will be going through K-State, or
I saw
whoever we determine to tell us what to put back.
wind, renewable energy, something out in Colorado did a study on grasses, and they saw grama grass and buffalo grass did real well just on open dirt under the panels where it grew up. And that's a native grass that the roots will get 30 years of root growth. Now the problem is, it started is the problem.
Yeah, so that's, you know, we've thought about that on the landscaping plan and things like that, so that's gonna be in here.
Yeah.
But we've got time this afternoon, you might as well see if you can contact K-State and see if you set something up. Since.
You wanna have them come visit us?
I would think so.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I would have one of them come and visit us.
Okay, and I gotta look at.
Well, I saw you walk past again, I thought I wanted to talk to you about that because
Yeah.
that was something I specifically asked.
Yeah, she answered that. Rachel
Okay.
said, pointed that out, so that was good for me.
All right,
I
sounds
mean,
good.
3 miles from the city seems like a long way.
That was, I think that,
From a town.
from all of them that we looked at.
Be different if it was like big city or something,
Yeah. You know, we were just trying to, and there again, like I told her, nothing's yet is set in stone.
I know. When do you think you'll send them to the planning commission?
Before the first year, that's what my goal is.
Maybe the first or the second Thursday?
Second.
Second, okay. Well, I got a dentist appointment, guys. I love to sit
All right.
Better you than me.
Yeah.
Good to see you.
See you guys.
See you later, be careful.
Yeah. Okay, I need to put a note on this, identify the chemicals used in the project and what happens with the project if a disaster happens with blast, environmental impact. This was released a couple of years ago. So we probably ought to get a list of questions.
Yeah.
I don't recall that we have to do a special use permit or building permit on individuals' property.
For
Something.
individuals?
Yeah.
Like, I wanna put it out of my house?
Yeah, we don't have to.
No.
Because the city of Holton has a couple here, and I don't recall hearing that they went through the city of Holton planning.
No, that is a So, no, oh, no.
That's a male.
No.
I'm gonna call the professor out there. I can't remember who it is, their brother, he grew up in the Delia area, then he went on to, New Mexico State, he's a, doctor of engineering. And he also consults.
Really?
His brother lives here in town, Dick told me about him, and he and I had talked a couple of years ago, he reached out, and, he's the one that was a strong advocate of resilience.
Yeah. Thomeson. And it's, Rachel, Rachele.
She's real good friend with Carly Watkins.
Oh, okay.
I ran into her one night, they had Carly's birthday party this last.
Yeah, over here.
Yeah. Over on the patio.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw that.
And I think she's all dolled up, she said, I'm going to. Hello?
He wanted a copy of the minutes, the approved minutes, or it had in the, amounts and everything that were gonna be paid for the easements. And that was,
Can you
is that the one that had the, I
21st.
think it's right on the front page, yeah.
Okay.
Well, have a great
I was
rest
just
of your
gonna
day.
print
See what
another
happened?
copy and have you guys sign it for me again to him, since she printed
Yeah, I wouldn't
this already.
see why that'd be anything major.
All small.
Just so he needs to have a copy of the paper.
Is it possible you could leave a message? We have talked. Yeah, that's fine, yeah. Because he and I talked a couple of years ago, we also attended the solar symposium a couple of years ago. He said he was eager to answer any questions that we had with the commissioners in Jackson County. We're not gonna have a lot of questions to ask of the engineering department at the state. Absolutely. Mark, do you think I should give you the clerk's number?
Yeah.
Yeah, let me give you the clerk's number at the courthouse. It is 785-364-5200. And we visited with several, I would say Dr. Mark Harvey, Colin Hanson, Corey Linville, and others. But
There's a solar symposium.
yeah, when you put that solar symposium on, we were out there, took notes and everything, and I talked to Paula, and am I saying it right? Paula. And he said he would answer questions and pro and con, and we'd be interested in talking to him about those. Okay? Yes. 5200. And
Ronnie
yeah. Proud
Bonnie,
graduate.
that's how that guys need to spell him out.
Okay, prior, then that's what it is. Okay.
Yes.
I'm not sure. I
And
can,
Justin's
oh, here, I can.
Stiehs.
Thank you.
That's the way to spell another one, it's
He doesn't have a phone. Imagine that.
Who's that?
The professor. He just doesn't have a phone. Can you blame him?
True.
Well, you better answer one way or the other.
I'm gonna give this copy to Scott Kieffober, the copy of the minutes that he made. It's the same ones you guys already signed on the fancy paper, just to sign that. I'll give him that copy.
I guess he wants to complain about his name not being spelled right, and sign in, so we should see it is.
Yeah.
the old sign in, so we have, you know, how we, must have got
ERAVI,
Yep,
but it is Michael,
yep.
AEL Michael.
Michael.
And Justin, JUSTIN, STIEHS.
I will get that in just a second, I think that's everything I believe. So I can sign in, I got a simple form, just show me. SPIEHS. Is what?
He's a doctor.
I don't know what he's a doctor of, I just call him Mr.
Oh, no, not, Michael's not that.
No.
Yeah,
Just.
yes, so that's what he introduced himself as.
I can introduce myself as a doctor too, but, you know, Mr. is more informal, it's better. So, in answer to your question, as far as the nonprofit, yes, it's probably something we can look into, depending on what we were specifying that it was going to do. Like I say, the Hutch one was for early childhood development, I believe. Yeah, early childhood, which I guess would be early childhood development, which we've got kneecap down there. Family economic success, arts and culture. Now the arts and culture one would be something that we could use for the historical society because
Good idea.
they are, you know,
Yeah.
they need room, they need repair. I know they've gone after grants, I don't think they've been successful in them, I don't know if we can apply for grants for them.
They needed their roof repaired several years ago, and they asked for alcohol monies, of which we could not do.
That's what that was right after I put it
Yeah,
on.
yeah. And they did find the money for that. I'm just thinking of things that we can utilize in the community. The kneecap does not have a foundation.
Right. Well, for early childhood development,
Yeah.
early childhood success, whatever you want to call it, then, and you gotta stop and think about something too, when we get done with the statement, I'll explain. Most, I say most, not all, most of your, daycare facilities try to incorporate some type of early childhood development, you know, getting them to sit down and write their ABCs, trying to get them to go that way, learn your colors, learn your blocks, learn this. So if you did it that, it could not just be limited to kneecap, it would be any daycare in the county that came and asked for part of this.
Yeah.
Now, how do you monitor that? How do you monitor?
They specifically asked for $500, for example. I would just use that.
to purchase, child coloring books.
Purchase supplies for
Yeah,
coloring books.
coloring
or-
books. Yeah. You know?
But I guess what I'm saying is, how do you monitor, who's going to monitor?
Yeah,
Cause they can take that $500 and
yeah,
use it for whatever, or buy coloring books and throw them to corn, buy coloring books
Yeah.
online for $1 a piece and buy
yeah,
100.
invoice, yeah.
But I guess if I'm going to spend money like that, I wanna see something that actually says, hey, we're using it for
Right.
what the intended purpose is.
Application, invoices.
But as I'm saying, they can buy them and throw
Sure.
100 of them in the corner and just
Yeah.
got $400,
Yeah.
Like, well, we're gonna use it lower. Okay, I need to see that before I pony up money for that.
Yeah,
So I don't
that can
know.
be done, that can be done.
It's gonna have to be monitored somehow,
Yeah.
and that fall, who's
Sure.
that responsibility fall to?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, the multi-county facility down here is also working with 3-year-olds to pre-K.
Which one's that?
Carla County, multi-county, it's not that star.
Carla's up here now.
Oh, that's right. Whatever's down here. Carla's up, yeah, you're right, Carla's there. There's something down here too.
Is it?
Multi-county, yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's the old, Barbara Carpenter building maybe? No, the McKee's, it's McKee's old building. That's a multi-county, yeah. Is it the print shop, I can't recall what it is, but that's a
You're talking about right here, the co-op.
Yeah,
special
the co-op.
education
It's a
that's
multi-
co-op.
Well,
Multi
yeah,
school
but
district.
that's through USD 336, that's a totally separate entity. Yeah, no, that's a totally separate entity.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a multi-county, a
It's
multi-school
it's-
district.
Yes, it's a
That's the key.
multi-school district.
Right.
But it is, that's what I'm saying though, it is a co-op
Yeah,
that USD 336 is the founder and administrator of that. I
Yes.
don't know that that would be
probably wouldn't
a,
qualify.
yeah, I don't know, that'd be.
But I'm just saying they're working with younger kids now too. And then Carla's
They
the
work with
old,
kids all ages.
Yeah.
do they, oh, down here,
Yeah.
all ages. I thought
High
it was-
school and up.
Anybody in special education, anybody with an IEP.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
There you go, good thing that IP, yeah.
Then Carla runs the one at the old school, is that right?
No, it's in the new school and it's a daycare program.
Yeah.
I thought it was at the new school to the
The
village.
new school, but the old,
Yeah, that's it.
they
Yeah.
call it the annex, so.
Yeah, yeah, my little grandson goes
I
there.
think the daycare is inside the new part of the school.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, because the
preschool's
kindergarten,
in the
the kindergarten and everything, I think is,
I think it's preschool that's out in the old portion.
preschool is out there now, yes. Because I picked up the grandkids from there. I was trying to think though,
I think you walk
they
in.
moved the babysitting portion of that out there also, because there's a babysitting portion with that. And I think it is out in the annex also. Because they took the babysitting portion and made it all the kindergarten rooms, because there was a couple kindergarten rooms out in the annex.
Okay.
So,
Well, I've got a grandson out there too.
Yeah.
I've not been there, but I've been in contact with the teachers and things like that.
Yeah.
But, yeah, something like that might qualify. I don't
Yeah.
know. I mean, we all have to sit down. Maybe we can borrow from some other county.
well, that's
They've
what I
already
say, the only one that I really see here is Hutch Community Foundation.
Yeah,
So maybe we looked at and see.
Sure. It's just a thought, I'm throwing it out there. Yeah, with DCAP, they don't have, and it's something I asked them, and I've been on the board now almost 4 years, and I said, why don't you have a foundation? I said, Area on Aging has a foundation,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm on that board too. So, special assistance.
So the Kansas Arts Commission, specific arts and culture projects, out of that what we got. And that's Kansas-based nonprofit organization, Kansas-based nonprofit organization, Historical Society is a nonprofit organization.
Right.
Even local governments, including schools, university, library, and art agencies, federally recognized tribal communities.
Mm-hmm.
So for the match portion, the state would pay the match portion.
Yeah.
Uh,
Well, I didn't just think about getting some money gifted from the state or any other entity.
Well, for the match.
Yeah. And there's other companies like, nonprofits like the Maybe Company that gives to rural areas. They give the hospital money.
Yes.
They're out of, I think, Tulsa, Oklahoma.
They're out of Oklahoma.
Yeah. And husband and wife, he was a oil and gas salesman, going out and securing, property for an oil company. He got some success, he bought the oil company, it started booming, and they didn't have children, so they created a foundation. And they give away a lot of it.
So we would have to look at, where and how they're funding the grant, or the match portion of that.
new software was installed on the 23rd, according to my notes. Any major pickups besides Brenner
Yeah, we can't
recycling? We can't print.
We can't print, we're on the wrong wireless.
Well, didn't you just print? Did you copy?
No, you and I can't print.
Oh, I don't think I'm connected anyway. You can copy.
They only got me working on, what was it, Friday last week in the clerk's office. I didn't have access to
No.
Word and Excel, and then I know there's some other issues besides faxing out at River Bridge still too.
Yeah, and down at, because he said she tried, no, and,
The faxing and working, and then also the screen print button.
Faxes.
there are some entities that still have faxes.
We don't anymore. That's a stroke. Oh, well. I wrote that down, last week, county foundation.
Yeah.
State or federal grants, put a question mark in it.
So we need to look at that and see
Yeah.
what can be done.
And Kate's gonna go to the restroom feeds and Madison property, and let's see what
She's gonna go up to
they
register
find,
meeting, oh, yeah.
anything on file. I wrote a note on that too, next week.
Well, that's gonna be, Todd's gonna send a letter back to her for Jerry to sign.
Okay.
And then we're gonna change the wording, or we're gonna get the wording changed on that.
Entrance.
Where it says.
Yeah, I can't,
It's flying around.
I can see where they go out and look at it, investigate the entrance, and if it was set up for pickups and cars instead of semis.
It's different than that, but yeah.
Yeah.
I can see that as far as where they're going with this here. Let's say.
Yeah, pictures of it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I went out Thursday mornings out here. There's some trucks parked up there. See that driveway right there? That's the opposite side of the highway, that's the driveway.
Yeah.
And I think I panned clear around both sides so you can see both sides.
Yeah.
And see where you're looking at.
Yeah, I know where it's at, I've seen it before, I've seen, yeah.
To me, it's kind of a no-brainer, honestly. I mean.
Where are they building, I can't remember.
An event center.
Event center.
Wedding venue.
Okay, yeah.
What's that?
Where is it at?
Out, half a mile past B Road.
Okay.
Yeah.
I never gone up that far.
Yeah. Half a mile past B. But there's one way looking.
It's flat, it's flat in there.
Yeah. That's one way looking. You get all that. See.
Well, is it like a metal building or kind of building?
Yeah, they're gonna have a metal building. This is looking to the east. That's the east.
Yeah.
I mean, it's.
I don't know.
Is that close to where they live?
It's just past Bucks Road. Bucks Road Church.
Have we heard any more about that seed company that's supposedly coming in?
I think you mentioned that, and I've never
I haven't heard anything on that. That they bought the industrial acreage out here north of town.
Yeah, I've not seen anything, heard anything about it.
No,
I don't know. Not a clue.
I didn't recommend it to the hospital, but they look into solar.
They got a nice spot out there
Yeah.
for it to put it up.
they are, you know, they have targeted lists of places that they work on first. They're one of the top ones, hospital, nursing homes, places like that.
Sure.
So. And I haven't heard any more of, their thoughts on sales tax to support them.
You say you haven't?
No. See, I'm off the board now.
Yeah.
I got off this month, the first month I have not been on. So, I don't get the updates.
30th at 3, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, they're going to clear in the old highway, or put in the new highway, old roadside park.
Carolyn.
Parallel.
Phase six.
Yeah.
So, what is is 238 the first phase?
Yes.
Even though they start before.
Yeah, close enough.
Just
You
the
get
roads.
the idea.
Yeah. Both sides of the road.
Yep.
enough for us to eat, I don't need any more.
I hear you.
cyan. This is, I'll get ready to show you here in just a second. Because I wanna make sure, on other eyes on this, to make sure that it,
Recalculating.
taxes from what Chapley asked me. I just wanna make sure that it makes sense to somebody else other than me.
Do you have Sean Henderson's profile? Possible.
I do, I have this upstairs, I think. I think I left that folder on my desk.
Okay.
The other one didn't, I called the second one, he never called back.
The second one didn't.
No.
I think who that was, yeah. That was from somebody down that way.
Henderson lives in
Henderson's up here.
Soldier.
The other one's down here. He never called back, then we
No,
were.
I called him a couple times. I didn't know his name, so.
I kinda looked at it.
I don't remember who it was. Sorry.
The one who did it, it's on my desk.
You weren't here last. No, Kristie was there. You filled in a couple of weeks ago, Tuesday, whatever it was.
Yeah, it was 15.
Rowdy didn't want anything to do with it.
He's too busy.
Too busy.
Yeah.
People on the side of the that we do a production, film production.
Who said that?
Rowdy.
Oh.
Has he talked to you about that? Rowdy, say anything?
No, he's not talking to me at all.
We ordered some, microphones. And an mixer.
We might have mic drop.
Do what? Yeah, I can't hear you.
I'm gonna need a microphone. Just.
You're gonna need one.
here. She lives in St. Mary's now. They farm out there, Mary farmer out there. Jessica? No, that's not Jessica. You know what I mean?
No, Jessica was
Erica.
Steve, Erica.
Erica.
Jessica was Steve and, Cecilia's daughter.
Okay. Grace used to be a city clerk for, yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Do you have those questions? You have them?
I think so, somewhere. Pretty small.
He did ask me what attire, and I told him that he can wear whatever he wants.
What's that?
He asked me about his attire for this
Oh.
interview. I told him he could wear anything, it was fine.
There you go.
He's coming from work.
You got it.
Yeah, can you,
Too formal.
let's see, that's, where do I have it? That's just, can you make copies for us on that, we'll just cross off that top page? Okay, so. You look at this, you may get some deals out of that, and I'm gonna ask you some questions.
Where are you in? How long have you? No, hospital ones.
Do what?
Todd County's bigger than us.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Well, look how much your mill levy is, or their mill value. Their mill value is $776,000 per mill.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's, Nemo's bigger too.
They all are.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, they are. Yeah, all.
There's what 1 mill equals right there.
Yeah.
Does this make sense to you?
Yeah, I see.
Because this is what they're all complaining about.
Right.
Is that all the other counties around us were paying less in taxes and blah, 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 because their mill levy is so much lower. Well, that's not the truth. That's what I kept trying to get them to understand is their mill levy is
So, Brown County takes in 25 million, we take in 11.
Uh-huh,
That's twice as big.
yes.
Nemaha takes in more than, and we're the, at the bottom.
We're the third, when you figure in the total tax from mill levies with the mill, the
Yeah,
mills,
yeah.
and then the townships, we come in third. We're right in the middle of that. Todd's first,
Yeah.
Action second, we're third, then it is Nemaha, then Brown. But look at here, Brown's got smaller population, so that really tracks because there's first, second, third, fourth, fifth, which tracks right along with the total mill levy. The total ad valorem tax from mills.
Atchison, average tax amount per population.
And I just took the population and went, boom, there you go. I can't figure. I probably could if I went to census to see how many people tax paid age were still here in the county, but I just figured that would be the easiest way to go, and then I put in this little disclaimer down here too.
So, Brown County Townships plus ad valorem, you add those two together,
Mm-hmm.
25 million.
Yep.
Okay. Nemaha is 849 plus 8, so that's 12.
So that is right up here. Take your mill levy. Your average tax for the township right here is 204,000.
Okay.
And then that should not be maybe not right. Straighten that out right now. That should not be a dollar amount. That is supposed to be. It's mills, it's not dollars. That should be.
Listen, you have a great day, okay?
You can probably see it right there too. That's just the general. That's the average mill with the township. That different added all the mills up, the mill value. That should be. Okay, now get myself confused. That should be. Let's see. That is correct. So it's either average mills for your township. That's your average tax. So the mill levy times that. Come on in. The mill levy times that equals that. So then that plus that equals that. So that's what I say if you just looked at that, would you have any idea what I was talking about?
Yeah, I have to
Study a little while.
Yeah, this.
Well, I can't print it off for you.
That's
I ain't got a
easy.
printer.
That's okay. That's easy. Mill levy, okay, times what a mill is. That comes out to be right
The
here.
next column.
Okay. Don't you take this plus the townships?
Yep. Which is the total tax collected from mill levy.
So it's 8253.
Uh-huh.
It's relative to population. You know?
Well, it kind of is.
They're bigger population, they get collect more.
Sure.
And they're bigger area.
Well, what I'm saying is people are looking at this number right here.
Yeah, I know.
And saying, well, you're way up here. And I keep saying, but it's not the mill levy,
Yeah.
it's the valuation.
Yeah.
See if you could understand this, what I've got. Because I've got, Chapley asked me that question at the meeting about why we were so much higher than everybody else around us. They kept hammering on mill levy, mill levy, mill levy. They need the mill levy. did on that is I took the average, I just added all the townships together and took the average number for the mill levy and for the value. I figured that'd probably be about the easiest way to do it, because I can't, so I don't know how to separate out for that, so I just took the average.
Ali should have a copy of that. Because they wrote the story about the mill levies without explaining the logic.
But that's why I say that if you do the research, that the mill levy does not tell the story.
Just looking at mill levy.
Yeah.
Yeah, how much is the mill?
What's the value of the mill? I mean,
Yeah.
if you just look at that pole, you
Yeah.
could kind of happily understand what I'm trying to get at there. Or do you think my headings need to be changed somewhat? What do you think? Since this is kind of sort of halfway down your alley.
Or I would.
I think average mill per township is gonna be, you're gonna have to put notes on that.
Put an asterisk and explain down
A
below.
little more, like. Cause you're saying there are 51.57 or whatever, does not include this 12.32.
Hang on, mill levy.
Can we do this so I can see?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, can you see?
So your average mill levy per township, is this number included in this 51?
Nope.
So why didn't they, when they published something, why didn't they include it?
Because it's a separate, because all of the townships have a different mill levy.
Okay, and we don't.
We do not have townships.
So it should just be very clearly, it's like, I don't know, move it to over, you know what I
Over
mean?
there?
Yeah, cause, or at least showing that these two combined equals
Okay.
this. And that's a better
All right.
comparison to our 72.
I can do that. No, I see what you're saying. I can do that. That's no big deal.
Because if this isn't a true representation, it's not fair to compare this to this
those.
when it doesn't include that.
Okay. I can do that. That's no biggie. All right.
Each township though, they're not equal though. Can they be?
No.
In the county?
No. It's whatever the township valuation is, number one.
Yeah.
Isn't that how they determine that? I would guess. Township valuations? I would guess so, because the one, let's see.
No, it can't be the value of the property, because say, I grew up in Capioma Township in western Atchison County. It's not valued the same amount of money that somewhere.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, somewhere in.
Each one is different.
Yeah, so you don't know what that is.
Well, the value is, like the desirability of whatever area is gonna
There
be
you go.
determined by market value, I mean, so. It would
Because
make
there were
sense.
some of those that were, like
Taxing.
1.08, and one of them I think was like 70 something.
Wow.
I just,
Well, you've got manufacturing in Atchison that's worth a whole lot more.
there you go. Like
And
over
then
the
versus
industrial.
farmland or pasture land, so
Yep.
that's gonna make a difference.
Anyway, okay, I can fix that.
Yeah, that's
You look at
interesting
it.
stuff.
What?
I was just gonna ask if we could find this out, so it might help, so we can go back tomorrow and get that file also.
I can't hear you.
Yeah. Can you wait 5 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
Recess.
Recess 5 minutes. All right, perfect.
Watch out.
I will get that fixed, and then that shouldn't be a big deal.
You're not her school.
Yeah, she's cool.
Okay.
She only goes when she's forced to.
Typical kid, right? Was she a sophomore?
Yeah.
Well,
Not her thing.
high school wasn't mine. And what, those that are left, I always tell them and remind them my GPA in college was a whole lot better than high school. Because I didn't like high school. I didn't study. And I can do this. I don't need to go home and study. I did okay. It's different in college.
Yeah, the demand is a little more,
Oh,
the stakes are a bit higher.
yes. And yeah, I mean, what can I say? How does a whole year of German helping me now? You know, what benefits do I get? I speak a little bit, you know.
You got German Fest.
Yeah.
Or Oktoberfest.
Yeah. I could, if I go there.
Yeah.
I spoke
How many
to-
beers you want? How many you want?
How many chairs?
How many beers? Oktoberfest.
Fine.
What's a dozen?
20,
Okay, there you go.
I think.
That's what I see you going to do. On Weinzig. No?
Yeah. Or Spanish, so they took a call.
I did.
A couple guys living in, I asked them where they're going. Occasionally it helps. I'm not going north now. You know, we have Guatemalan population. They don't speak Mexican Spanish. There's a north. And they don't understand some of what I'm saying. Of course, I probably won't say it right, but I know I have got to go. But, you know, it's also like college. You could probably go to college for just 2 years and not have to take things like theater appreciation, art appreciation, music appreciation. What good is that to you? You know?
Unless you want to go into that field.
All they do is have you listen to music and write code. They count you and exceeds what they do. There's 4 hours just like that. You know, cha-ching, college gets that money. But, you know, it can be condensed in 2 years. Your major, 4. So, I took an engineering course. Of course, I took a law course, business law, but,
That's fun, huh?
business law, yeah. I really enjoyed both of those classes. Oh, yeah. My final project in engineering was I did a study, believe it or not, on wind power from the 70s. So I had this student, fiance, I think at the time. I had her go out and I took a pin wheel, one of those pinwheels, you know, hold it, and then I took a gas station, cha-ching, you know, the gas pump. Then I went out and got on top of a windmill, and how the windmills go like that. Then I did research at K-State. They have barrels like slipped, 55 gallon. They put them on bearings from their farm, and they save about $400 a year.
Okay.
You know, that terminology was just starting in the late 70s when I was there. So the professor showed that. I used my background. He showed that to classes afterwards because my cousin was in the engineering department. So, regardless, good old days.
When is that?
Mr. Henderson, he's coming in to interview at 3:30.
3:30.
Yeah.
So a couple things. So I send out letters occasionally to people living in campers.
Yeah.
Got a response back from the gentleman. And he said that, that he took care of it, that he's no longer living in his camper, but is now living in his tent.
His tent?
His tent.
Okay.
You notice I looked up on that, so I'm listening.
Yeah.
Where,
So he said that
This is the one that was out here, okay, that's all, that's,
It's a different.
okay.
This one?
It's a different one. Than the one out on Spring Road.
Oh, that's not there anymore. is it?
No, that's just that.
I was gonna say, I drove by the other day.
Yeah.
So, you
So,
might
did
be
you take a deep
receiving.
breath before you responded, or how you responded?
Jamie took care of that one when I was gone. We're just keeping an eye on it. And so, if you get a call,
Okay.
you have advised him what happened.
So 10, what location was that?
On 266 and I-6 road. I-6 road.
I-6.
Okay. Way out west. I didn't know we had a 6. I knew we stopped at 4s and 5s, but, okay.
So, that's that. We also received a deed on a property that is trying to split off 5 acres from 14 acres. It is an I-1 zoned parcel. This property had a plat done in 2003.
Okay.
They didn't do anything with it. So, in the old regulations, and so this was done and approved in 2003. And so our new subdivision regulations they override the old ones, but then there's that, is it grandfathered in because it was done prior to the new regulations. So I found the old regulations, and the old regulation rural subdivision regs state the same thing that our new ones do about it. Which it states in the old ones and the new ones. So if you guys wanna go to your rural subdivision regs,
In the zoning, right?
there's the zoning regulations, and then right after that is the rural subdivision regs.
Oh, so, got it.
And then go to page 11.
Okay.
This, are you referring to this?
Do this one.
Page
This one
10,
we got.
sorry, page 10.
So this is no longer good then?
I mean, the
I
same
keep
stuff
it
is
for
in it,
reference purposes to me.
just it's now consolidated into one binder, so
Okay.
yeah.
I kept it
those,
though. Yeah, I
those are
kept it.
still good. It's just we have them.
Okay, page what?
Page 10. Section 4. Investing of development rights.
If construction is not commenced on such land within 5 years, the recording plat of development right shall expire. Is that what you're getting at? And it was done in 2003?
And it is
Well, then I'd say the 5 years to expire.
Yeah. And that's what the old regs at the time that was
Yep.
done, that's what it says as well.
Okay. That's pretty straightforward, so.
Wait, this is my page 10.
No, back here, in the back, subdivision.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So we
I
have
got you.
advised him that if the split does happen, that both parcels would be non-conforming and they wouldn't be able to build on those parcels. Also advised that, they could resubmit that plat and go through the process again. With this situation, it could probably fall under just rural residential and not have to do like a rural subdivision, because it's just two parcels
Okay.
on that. But then again, that would be a planning commission, you guys deciding that.
A variance?
I mean,
What would your recommendation on something like that be? I mean, I'd have to go look, I'd have to do the whole look and see, cause this is the first one I've looked at come before.
my recommendation to somebody would be to, get before the planning commission, apply for a rural residential. They can submit this survey, because that plat is a survey,
Okay.
as what they're wanting to do. They can have it resurveyed, if they're wanting to do more parcels, they can resubmit for a rural subdivision. And go through the platting, the prelim plat, final plat, gonna be a lot more steps. I mean, I think it
And
would
this-
just to parcels like that, rural residential would,
This is family members,
I believe so, yeah.
so let's just play devil advocate, 5 years from now or 10 years from now, somebody wants to come in and separate off, because they wanna build back their too. Granddaughter, daughter, son, whatever. Then if they just went to rural residential, then that would knock them out of that,
Rural residential would allow for them to split again.
split again?
Yeah.
Okay,
It's fine.
So would that be like a development area, what we call a development area?
So anybody that does, wants to do a rural subdivision would have to do a rural residential.
Right.
Either just rural residential or R1, R2,
Okay.
depending on if they want to do multifamily or
Sure.
whatever. So they would have to do that with our current regulations, just because of the intensity of that area. If we're talking, there's an access road off of one of the county roads, and we've got like a cul-de-sac kind of situation, then that would obviously be a rural subdivision.
Mhm.
Because we're looking at multiple parcels, not
Okay.
just 2 or 3.
okay.
So, I still think that they would probably fall under rural residential without having to go subdivision.
Okay,
Because they are off of. They are right next to a rural subdivision too.
they are next door to subdivision.
Yeah.
So where does that come into play then as far as trying to keep the land kind of intact with what's going on? Does that play into it? I mean, we got one subdivision here, do we go rural residential here, and then in 10 years somebody says
The other one should
subdivision
be
here?
rural residential anyway.
The other one is rural residential anyway?
I mean, I can
Subdivision?
double check that, and you guys have your map up, and that will faster than zoning.
I don't have to get the map up.
Go onto the county website,
Okay.
and go in through, departments, and then we can use that map. That's the easiest way.
You said it was the 2 acres, and then one is about 5, did you say?
Not 5. Can I go around?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Permission
Parcel map or
granted.
parcel search, which,
Huh?
Permission granted.
here,
Yeah.
proceed?
Yeah. Just accept.
I tried this one time before, and all I got is this. So I don't know if this has something to do with what I've got right here, you can look at it and see the same. And I've never logged
So
into
you're
this,
doing
I don't
parcel
know.
search, you should parcel map,
Parcel search.
but parcels on map.
Parcel search is the, yeah, county's side.
Is this what Kristie said?
I've got nothing. That's what I'm saying, there's no business this.
So if you go to departments and then parcel map,
Yeah, I was on parcel map, and like I said, I tried to get into it before, and that's right where I was.
roads not up there or something.
I said it was fully active. And see, you're actually moving,
Yeah.
but that's, like I said, clear back and leave us here. How you doing? Come on in, see you.
I'm gonna move my stuff.
Okay.
Hey, Sean.
Hey, Brenner.
Mark Pruett. Nice to meet you, sir.
We talked on the phone maybe?
Oh, several months ago, or a year ago?
Possibly,
Yeah.
for sure.
You had just moved to our property and just moved there a few years ago, retiring military?
Hopefully pretty soon.
Okay. Maybe we did, but I didn't. And
Yeah,
I think did you call me?
I did, yeah.
Yeah, you wanna know more about some of the projected solar, where it may be going, and you're over by Soldier.
Well, we have a soldier address, but
Oh.
we're really on the very bottom side. We're south of 16.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, I think the person south of me, I don't even know if their address is soldier.
Oh, okay.
Something else. We're the last house on Rock County water.
Oh, yeah. Real water.
Yes, sir.
Hey, you're out there.
Yeah, we're out there.
I wonder why they never put the county line, where there never was a road going south on the county line in Top County and Jackson County. I never did figure that out.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
As usually the county lines are markers.
Yep.
So, have a seat. Okay. Kate, how much more time do we need?
How much more time do I need? 10 minutes maybe?
Okay. Okay.
I mean, it's just discussing that.
Okay. We'll get right to you after she's through.
So if Tara wants to pull that up real fast.
Okay. Yep,
She's got hers. On her map, try on the search bar, try typing in R 4561 and see if it just zooms to that parcel in it.
Well, I'm kind of getting this back to where I can kind of accurately see, so yes. I've got it up here now, okay.
Okay, so go to your layers. And let's turn on zoning. There.
Okay.
Now let's go down to your subdivisions. Do you have a subdivision?
Yep.
Click on that.
It's already highlighted.
Click on this subdivision.
Take original lots off, you just use subdivision.
So if you click on subdivision and lots, there should be a drop down that has original lots in that subdivision. Subdivision box should be checked.
And not original lots.
You can leave that checked.
Okay. Yep, got it.
So the parcel to the northwest there is residential and that's it.
This is great. That's a great song. That's not soldiers.
No idea. So we're looking at this, on mine is kind of,
Yeah.
got that colored
Yeah.
right there.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's the parcel that's outlined in blue that we're discussing.
The whole parcel,
Yeah.
okay, all right.
That's 20 acres.
13.9.
Okay. And the other is how much? And the,
Looks like it's about 35 feet.
okay.
And that is the rural residential is what it's kind of outlined.
Yeah, I figured it would be everything to the north of that along that road.
Okay.
It's fair to be, so.
And where do they want to build?
In here?
They want to
In
split
the
off
wooded area?
yeah, the east 5 acres.
Just one dwelling?
Yeah, but if they came in with a residential projection, we would allow that like a cul-de-sac or something like that, correct?
So,
Hypothetically.
if they went rural residential, just like the one there to the north of them,
Yeah, yeah,
they would not have to get a subdivision
okay,
going unless they were to do an access road into that and a cul-de-sac and have more parcels
okay.
developed in there.
What is your recommendation?
Rural residential, if they're wanting to build on it.
Okay, and that's kind of what I was asking my question, because I want to make sure that, you know, we're talking, I've heard you guys talk about, you know, pocket zoning and all this good stuff. I want to make sure that that was going to be a situation where we would have just a rural residential here, and then subdivision here, and then a subdivision up here, and.
So that would be one thing to discuss about, subdivisions that have not been developed. To see if maybe taking that restriction, have the 5-year restriction off.
Okay.
That would, if it meets all the other requirements.
Okay.
Of the new regulations, with that stipulation, I guess.
Kind of like, and I'll give you an example, and I know you've seen it, signs down long ago, but going down to Topeka, on the old 4-lane, right past 46th Street, there used to be a big sign up there on the west side of the road, Sunflower Subdivisions coming soon. I was up there for darn near 20 years, and it's not there anymore.
Right.
So, you know, whether that ran out or, you know, whatever, so that's kind of what you're saying is let's get rid of that possibly, the 5-year time period, because things happen, the economy, things like that, so they might not be able to do the subdivision right now in their plans like they were. And I totally understand that, and I agree that, you know, that let's look at that and see if that does need to go away. Why put a time limit on it?
So they submitted this subdivision, it got approved. The regulations now would require it to go to rural residential for that intensity of use, that the amount of parcels created out of that. So they would still have to go through that process. They would, in my opinion, submit that plat again. And if it falls under all the requirements for rural residential, why not let it?
Yeah. No, I agree 100% on that. I totally see
Because
where
we
you're
have
coming
a
from.
lot of undeveloped rural subdivisions.
Yeah.
So.
I see where you're coming from on that. I like the thought. I like the idea. So as far as this for right now, do we need to do anything, or are you gonna?
It's just to make you aware of what's going on.
Okay.
You might give a call and let you know how we advise from.
Okay. Perfect. Yep.
That was it.
Okay. I liked it.
okay, appreciate it.
And I think my map was just zoomed too far out, because it was up to scales like 1 to 300 and some thousand. And what I'm looking at here is 1 to 4,589.
But now you can see it.
So it looks like it's good now. I ought to be able to look at that, so. All right, perfect. All right.
Okay,
We're ready.
yeah, you got any questions? You got a question?
I got my questions.
We asked the same question to everyone.
Okay.
And, here, I'll start out, if that's okay. And we kind of take turns. What's your understanding of the role of the planning board?
Basically, look at proposed uses of land and zoning in the county as far as maybe what's currently zoned at, if there's a potential need for change into a certain kind of property or buildings will be constructed. Just review those. Yeah, I'm not sure if you review all those or just ones that might require some kind of change in zoning.
Somebody said, like, for if something needs to be changed, or maybe it might not need to be changed, but it comes toward the planning board for them to kind of make that determination.
So, yeah, I mean, overall, if we see that there's a need for the regulations to change between something added, something removed, then it would go through the planning commission and then before the county commission. But on a monthly basis, if somebody comes to me and wants to do something, like we were just talking about a situation where they have 14 acres in A1 district, well, they can't split that, but they want to split 5 acres off. In order to do that, they would have to be rezoned to rural residential, and that would go before the planning commission. And they would look at the surrounding area to determine if that is a viable thing.
The planning commission will make a recommendation to the county commissioners, and they would actually.
I essentially start off the recommendation of what they're wanting to do and how to accomplish that, and then it goes to the planning commission, and then.
Okay. Do you have any conflicts that may prevent you from making an unbiased decision concerning planning commission agenda items?
I think, you know, I don't know a ton of people, so I don't really have any bias towards anyone, even if I do.
Okay.
One of my favorite questions to ask, do you have any preconceived opinions about anything happening in the county?
Not right now, because I don't know enough.
Okay.
Anything that's really going on, you know, like, you hear rumors, but I
Sure.
would rather know for the details and facts.
Very good.
Yeah, I guess, that's the kind of a thing right now too, is all the rumors that are flying around about solar. You know, we are still in the process of going over the draft. We're on our second draft right now. We've got as far as that. This has not been a quick process. Don't want it to be a quick process. It needs to be thoroughly looked over, vetted, looked over inside and out and backwards. Have you heard or have any conception of why the commission is doing what they're doing as far as writing the regulations right now?
Well, I mean, understandably, whether it's approved or disapproved, I think it would affect the future of other projects within the county, so it's pretty important that, you know, you go over all the bases, like how it impacts the citizens, how it impacts the county government, how it impacts, you know, legally.
I was more wondering whether or not, see, the normal procedure for something like this is go straight to planning commission to write the regulations. When we started this process, the three of us and the county councilor decided to take it on ourselves to do that first. For the simple reason being is fiscally it made sense with the county councilor being here every Monday. We meet every Monday. Planning commission meets once a month. So, and they're needing to meet at night, so the county council would have to come back and we'd have to pay them more to sit here, you know, during that time to try to help draft the regulations. This also puts in another level of transparency, another level of eyes on it before it gets presented to the planning commission. We're trying to be as transparent as we possibly can. There's a lot of rumors flying around out there. There's a lot of misinformation going on out there. Anybody now, since we have this second draft out, can come and get a copy of it, look at it, do whatever you want to with it. It's not set in stone. We're still, it's a fluid document, you know, until everything is approved and passed, it's still a fluid document. So if there's things in there right now that will be changed. We have talked about just today, a change that possibly could come up. So that was what I was curious about, whether or not you've heard anything about that and why we did it. Because once we get this draft completed and get things like this ironed out, then it will go to you guys and you will look it over and, you know, make changes to it. It'll come back to us and we'll say, we don't really know if that's going to be, and then, you know, we kind of hash things out between us and get it straight to where our biggest thing is to protect the county and protect citizens of Campbell. That's the thing that we're looking at the most, that's the thing we're looking at the hardest, and because that's our responsibility. In the end, it ultimately comes down to us. So, we really wanna make sure we get this right, and that's kind of why we put the extra set of eyes on it. So,
I'll be honest with you, I haven't heard a whole lot about it in the last year. Just of everything I heard was probably a year ago when people started talking about it.
okay. All right.
Mark, Commissioner Pruett said that, meet once a month. There may be times where you need to meet more. Are you available to do that?
Pretty much, I'm pretty flexible. Occasionally I travel, but
Yeah.
not very often.
Okay.
My job's pretty flexible as far as.
Okay. Yeah, you will, the regular meetings are the second Thursday of each month. That's the one that we really, need you there hard. Up until we get these regulations done, like Commissioner Brenner said, there probably will be some, special meetings that, we would hope that you'll be able to attend, and we understand family situations, things like that, it's everything. So, but it's gonna be a little hot and heavy here, until we get these things done, until everything's hammered out, so.
Yeah, I think Thursday would be a better day for me, anyway, honestly, between 5 days.
Okay. All right, do you have anything you wanna ask of us or Kate? Kate, do you have any questions?
No, I kinda, you mentioned the second Thursday of the month, if we have something on the agenda. If nobody brings anything before us, then we're not gonna meet at 7 o'clock in the evening. Unless that time changes, but it's pretty set, 7 o'clock. Every second Thursday.
Good.
I guess, what's next, like, I know you're probably interviewing more people. I guess, what's your timeline as far as making a decision on?
Well, we decided to add an additional person to the board. And, we're just looking for that one additional person. And we saw your application. We thought we'd give you time to visit with us about it. And, we could do it.
As far as what's our timeline for say yea or nay, I'm probably ready to make my decision right now because we don't have any more applications that I saw. And so as far as I'm concerned, it'll have to come up for a vote, but as far as I'm concerned, that it will be our next member.
I appreciate that.
Yeah. Yeah, well, as soon as we get through here, we can make a decision. You're up to it? Okay, I didn't know if you wanted to wait. And Kate, your input, do you have any further input?
No, we don't have anything for November.
Okay.
So you're clear there. December will probably have something.
Okay.
So that would be our next meeting, would be December what? December's not a date.
Who knows?
Second Thursday in December.
Second
I would
Thursday.
expect that we would have a meeting.
How about the 12th?
Because I would, honestly, I would hope to have this draft in a final form to be able to send to the planning commission for the first year. That's kind of one of my goals, I think, to have that done. We've been a long time getting here and I think we're real close. I really believe we're real close, so.
It will be a hybrid because we have looked at various counties and the state, out of state, and we think that ours is going to be very good. Now the next one will come along and use what we have put together and probably improve it, but I think that a lot of the things that we've looked at, especially in the state of Kansas, we can be very competitive.
I think from the time we first started out looking at Kingman, and we looked at Kingman and Butler, I believe.
Yeah.
And when we looked at Kingman, we thought, man, that's really good. We really like that.
Yeah.
And now looking back at Kingman's like, man, how did we ever think that was good? Because of the things that we picked up along the way and things that the public has thought about and brought to our attention, things that you know, we ourselves just thought about, you know, and talked amongst ourselves to try to get it into there, try to get it into some kind of a viable form. I think this is, from my opinion, from the ones we looked at, this is probably the best one I've seen. So, but like Commissioner Brenner said, somebody's else gonna come along and say, yeah, we don't like that, and cherry pick and do what you need to do, so. Yep.
So I'll mark that down on my calendar, December 12th, works for me.
Okay.
Okay, next week, I'll be here.
All right.
Lynette?
You will want to meet with me sometime, because I think we have some oath of office stuff to do and get your handy dandy book. So you'll have time to read through all of it.
Well, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and make a motion that we approve Sean Henderson, as a member of our planning commission.
I will second that, and any other discussion? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, 2 ayes. Carried.
So it's official.
Yep.
You're good.
Thank you.
Sean, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thanks very much.
You guys need me for anything else?
I didn't think so. You know, this morning I wasn't pushing or anything for you, right?
No, it's all right.
Okay,
We got it all straightened out.
okay. Like I said, I was just adamant from what I read, so we're all good. All right?
Yep.
Okay, thanks, Katie.
Thanks.
All right. Any other business we need to attend to?
I don't have any.
I'm sorry, you know? Okay. Therefore, move that we, or you can move,
I'll move with adjourn.
adjourn for the day, I'll second that.